Melvin Noble was driving that day, right? That you introduced in, the state got pictures in through you?
No, ma'am. Oh, yeah, the first
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I got three different vehicles, I'm sorry.
All right, so, and you did the search on that car, right? The
Yes,
second
ma'am.
search, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you just kind of, and I know we kind of heard it before, but is there a process or a method that is used by every crime scene analyst or technician to search a car?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that process?
You take photos of the vehicle first, and when you take photos, you then go under the seats, and you go under the seats, center console seats, try to pull stuff away from you, the items, maybe something's loose, you can get, something put underneath, like the cup holders, you can pull the cup holders out, you can see in there. But, everybody has their own style of search.
Okay, but it's fair to say that you are filling on floors, you're looking through the cup holders, you're looking through like what's in the middle compartment, the console, you are looking in the back seat, the trunk, everywhere, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why are you doing that?
Find something that, detectives are looking for.
Okay, and at this point in time, you were sent back to look for ballistics and firearms, correct?
I believe just ballistics.
Okay, so ballistics are small, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so we saw that there are a number of things in the car, as far as clothing, toys, things of that nature, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you would have to move some things around to look for the ballistics, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so, because you were moving things around, you were able to fill in floors and everything, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so, you're looking not only in the driver's seat, but you're looking in the passenger floorboard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're also looking in the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you know, and during this time, you've searched plenty of vehicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that people have different compartments in their vehicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not uncommon for people to find contraband or items in hidden compartments, right?
Correct.
And you did those searches and you found things like that, right?
I might have found them, I might not have, because if they're hidden, we don't know they're there.
Okay, that's fair. But you have done how many searches in November 2020 had you done at that point? Thousands?
I couldn't tell you how many I've done. It's a larger number.
Okay. How long had you been a crime scene analyst at that time?
About 10 years.
10 years. And how many, and you've worked more than just murder cases as crime scene analyst, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of cases have you worked?
Basically every case you can think of.
So you understand the importance of a thorough search, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, especially when you're looking for things that are small like ballistics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you go back out, you went out, I believe you said November 16th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And we indicated or talked to you and you said you couldn't remember what detective sent you out.
Correct.
But you had already, but at some point, someone said, hey, you need to go back out and search this car for the second time.
For ballistics in the door.
Ballistics in the door, okay. And I think you testified that ballistics can go through a door, enter a door, and fall within a compartment. There's different places that ballistics can land, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you know at the point in time that you were searching the car that the decedent Melvin Noble had got out of his car, out of the driver's seat, ran around to the passenger side, and was looking in the passenger side before he was being shot at?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if the detective saw the video of the offense from the Kroger truck before he sent you out there?
No, ma'am.
And just where, we're clear, how many, who owns the, auto pound on Bill Big?
City of Dallas,
And how many people work there?
I have no idea.
Okay. What is the process to get a key to look into somebody's car? Or are the cars unlocked?
It has changed since then.
What was the process then?
Back then, I believe they all had them filed in a filing cabinet.
Okay. And people who work there can access them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. And you don't know how many people work there, but, do you go there often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the same people, or have you seen the same people from November 2020?
A lot of them are gone from then.
Okay, and you said you've been doing crime scene for 10 years as of November 2020, right? So I guess you started somewhere in 2010. Prior to that, in that time frame, did you see a lot of changeover with the workforce that worked at the city?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you don't know who had access to his car or who didn't, right? You just,
Correct.
and you obtained a search warrant, but that doesn't mean people who have access to the city panel who work there, that doesn't mean they couldn't have entered the car, right?
Correct.
And on this particular day, you didn't find a firearm, right?
Correct.
And you searched for ballistics and you felt on the floors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the second analyst to go back out there and search Melvin Noble's car within 5 days, right?
I guess, I don't know.
Okay. But you do know you weren't the first, right?
I don't know if anybody else went in the car, in the vehicle.
Alright. And as it relates to the pictures of the 3915 Ramona Street house, the house located at that location, when you arrived at that house, how many people were with you to search?
I was the only one that went out there from
Okay.
crime scene.
Were there any officers with you?
There's officers already there at the scene.
How many officers were there?
There were several.
And there were no, was there anyone there that lived at the house or frequented the house when you were there?
I don't believe anybody was there.
So you don't know how many people live in that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how many people have access to that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how many people have keys to that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know who owned the house in November 2020?
No, ma'am.
And you're not here to tell this jury that all these guns belong to Keyone White, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you're not here to say all those drugs belong to Keyone White,
No,
right?
ma'am.
In fact, were any of those guns fingerprinted?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were the drugs that you seized, were they fingerprinted, the bags?
No, ma'am.
So there's no way to attribute any of these guns, these drugs to Mr. Keyone White, right?
Correct.
And the state had you bring them today, or yesterday. And the state requested that you bring the guns and the drugs that's not attributable to Mr. Keyone White to court yesterday,
I
right?
did not bring them.
Okay, but they got them in, they admitted them through you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And being a crime scene analyst for 10 years in November 2020, there were large amounts of drugs in the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know how much, could you put a dollar amount on the drugs that was in that house?
No, ma'am.
But it is fair to say that it was a large amount.
Yes, ma'am.
And with large amount of drugs comes large amount of money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I pass the witness. Thank you for your time, Ken.
State?
Just one second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry, Your Honor, just briefly.
Um,
Detective Rosenberg, just based off of what you know, of what you did, you have no idea whether those drugs are or not, or, belong or are attributed to Keelan White, is that correct?
Correct,
You don't know the entirety of the investigation, is that fair to say?
correct,
You were just there just to photograph what was at the house at that time?
correct.
Thank you, Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state's gonna call Special Agent Wright, but prior to his testimony, I would like to, offer, some evidence, that comes through business records that have previously been on file and tendered to defense counsel, significantly longer than 10 months ago, or 10 days ago, but I do wanna put these in, at this point. There's quite a bit, so can I go through them for the
Yes.
record, and then,
Yes.
so the first is gonna be State's Exhibit number 976, which is a business record filed, October 15th of 2025. It is for cell phone records regarding, two, numbers in this case, that will be testified to, later on by the FBI, as well as Detective Barnes. State's Exhibit 975 is the affidavit and search warrant. Both 975 and 976 would be for record purposes only. 977 would be for all purposes, and that is the associated cell phone records for both of those numbers, contained on this disc. Those are, for the record, those are T-Mobile tracking number 3509603. The next, set is gonna be for T-Mobile tracking number 3492915. The first exhibit is 972, which is an affidavit for a search warrant. That would be for record purposes. It's the affidavit and search warrant, excuse me, for the records contained within this tracking number.
So which tracking number? Both tracking numbers?
This one's for 3492915.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 973 is the notice of intent to use these business records that was, provided to the defense and e-filed on August 19th of 2025, and that's for, two cell phone numbers as well. State's Exhibit number 974 is the disc related to that tracking number. We'd offer that for all purposes. The next is in regards to, T-Mobile tracking number 2983899. State's Exhibit 990 is the affidavit and search warrant for that tracking number, or associated with that tracking number. State's Exhibit 991 is the notice of intent to use business records for that tracking number that was, provided to the defense and e-filed on October 15th of 2025. 990 and 991 would be for record purposes only. Number 992 is the, disc of those records, and that would be for all purposes. The next is in regard to tracking number, T-Mobile tracking number 2974063. First exhibit is 978, which is a affidavit and search warrant for the records. That would be for record purposes. State's Exhibit number 25, that would be for record purposes as well. State's Exhibit number 980 is the actual records from that tracking number that's associated with 3 cell phone numbers. And that would be for all purposes. The next is going to be in regards to the tracking number of T-Mobile 3507596. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit 987, which is a search warrant for the records associated with that tracking number. The next one is 988, which is the notice of intent to use those business records that was filed and provided to defense on October 15th of 2025. Both 987 and 988 would be for all for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 989 is the records associated with that tracking number, and that would be for all purposes. The next is for tracking number, T-Mobile tracking number 3492792. State's Exhibit 969 is an affidavit and search warrant for the records related to that tracking number. State's Exhibit 970 is a notice of intent to use business records for those records associated with that tracking number. That was e-filed and provided to defense on August 19th of 2025. State's Exhibit 971 is the records contained on a disk. That would be for all purposes, and that's associated with that tracking number. The next is T-Mobile tracking number 3103887.
Did you say 310?
Yes, Your Honor. T-Mobile tracking number 3103887. State's Exhibit 966, which would be for record purposes, is the affidavit and search warrant. 967 is the notice of intent to use business records that was provided to defense and e-filed on October 15th of 2025. State's Exhibit 968 is the records contained therein, and we'd offer those for all purposes. The next is Verizon tracking number 203-14617. State's Exhibit 993 is the search warrant. We'd offer that for record purposes. State's Exhibit 994 is the notice of intent to use business records that was e-filed and provided to defense on October 15th of 2025. That states 994. 995 would be for all purposes. It is the disk containing all of the records from that associated tracking number. The next one is AT&T tracking number 3325747. The first one is an affidavit for a search warrant. That's State's Exhibit 984. That would be for record purposes. The next exhibit is State's Exhibit 985, notice of intent to use those records. That was e-filed and sent to defense on October 21st of 2025. And it's 985. That would be for record. State's Exhibit 986 would be for all purposes, and that's the records associated with that tracking number. Next is AT&T tracking number 3325677. First exhibit is State's Exhibit 981, which is an affidavit and search warrant for the records. State's Exhibit 982 is the notice of intent to use those we filed and provided to defense on August 19th of 2025, and that would be for record purposes. State's Exhibit 983 would be for all purposes. That's the disc that contains all of the records associated with that search warrant and notice of intent that was provided to defense.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would just re-urge its motion that we filed for the metadata related to all of the digital evidence. We've not received any additional information from the state related to the metadata, so we would re-urge that. Based on that, Your Honor, we would object.
Okay, thank you. All right, defendant's objection is overruled. State's Exhibits 976, 975, 972, 973, 990, 991, 978, 979, 987, 988, 969, 970, 966, 967, 993, 994, 984, 985, 981, and 982 are admitted for record purposes. State's Exhibits 977, 974, 992, 980, 989, 971, 968, 995, 986, and 983 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Special Agent Wright. He's right here. Sir. Your Honor, I believe this firearm was checked yesterday by the bailiffs and declared clear.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name for the record and introduce yourself to this jury? Can you please spell your name for the court reporter, first and last?
Yes, my name is Derek Wright. And the spelling for that is D-E-R-E-K, last name Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long, and do you mind if I use ATF for short?
Please, yes.
All right. How long have you been employed, actually, I know you've been employed with other law enforcement agencies. Would you mind just telling this jury just a little bit about your total employment in law enforcement?
Yes, so in 2006, I became a police officer with the city of Albuquerque in New Mexico. I was a police officer there for a little over 10 years. I was a patrol officer, a field training officer, a gang detective, and then I worked as a task force officer with the ATF. The last 4 years I was there. In 2016, I became a special agent with ATF and was reassigned back to Albuquerque field office. I worked there until 2022, which is when I moved to Texas and began working here. One of the duties I took while in New Mexico still was I became a special agent canine handler, which is a separate designation within the ATF. And while I was doing that in New Mexico, I continued to do that here in Texas until last year, beginning of 2025.
And at the beginning of 2025, what did you start doing?
I became a group supervisor for one of the criminal enforcement groups here in ZFW.
And So you're no longer a canine handler.
That's correct, I am not.
Um, So as far as your involvement in this case, what was your role as far as getting involved, or how did you get notified about this case?
So I was working with another canine handler at the time, and we received a request to head to the Dallas PD impound lot, or pound lot, they call it, and to conduct a search on a vehicle that was in the lot.
And you remember the date of that search?
If I can look at my report, about October,
You can refresh, if it helps refresh your recollection, just please don't read from it.
October 18th, 2023.
And before we go into all that, can you just explain to this jury a little bit about the process of, one, you becoming a canine handler with the ATF, and then also the process of the training that goes into the canine and how that works as well?
Okay, so the process to become a canine handler with ATF is you're initially interviewed by the personnel that are in the National Canine Division, which sits in Front Royal, Virginia, and that's where the training is conducted. When you complete the interview, they'll let you know if you were selected, and then you get a class date. You head to Front Royal, Virginia, where you attend a 12-week course. It's a living academy. It's 7 days a week with the canine. The first week is spent classroom, introduction to explosives and handling of explosives and transportation. Then you have some interaction with the dogs that they have pre-selected in the program. Then on the weekend of the first week, you receive this canine. That canine then lives with you in the hotel every day since then or after that. And you begin just basic trainings with the dog. You're learning the dog is learning you. You're learning how to, very simple things at the very beginning of how to hold a leash and how to present an area for the dog to search, how to walk with the dog, and some, and with some of the tasks you do. The training continues for those 12 weeks where you will conduct searches of open areas, buildings being, schools, classrooms, movie theaters. You'll do all types of different buildings. You'll go on to do vehicle searches at multiple different locations. Spend a lot of time going to this large lot, place called Odessa. You'll do searches on the location where the training is held at. They have separate vehicle paths there. You'll do.
And I want to stop right there just for a second, because I'm sure we've all seen movies where there's like cadaver dogs or a dog that sniffs to go find, the kid that's been kidnapped. Are there different types of dogs, or is there different types of training for different types of dogs?
Yes, there's different types of detection canines and police working dogs. My dog, her name was Chubarka. She is specifically an explosives detection canine. She does not do any dual purpose work. All she does is explosives. She's not going to do narcotics, cadavers. There's no apprehension. She's a Labrador retriever. Just explosives.
And so, like during this time that you're doing the field searches, the open lots, the movie theaters, first of all, how old, and it's Chubarka, Chewbarka, is that correct?
That's correct.
Like Chewbacca? Did you name her?
I did not.
Okay. At what age does a canine typically come to a handler?
Generally, it'll be about a year, just a little bit over a year. Chewy was a little, I call her Chewy, Chubarka. She was a little older because this was during COVID, so she had extra time before we could all get down to the class to take the training.
And so when you start to take the training, how was Chubarka or Chewy, how was she trained for because her official title, she's retired now, correct?
Correct.
And they said was, but she's still alive and well.
She's still alive, yes.
Thank you for bringing her last time you were here, but her official title is Explosive Detection Canine search enhanced evidence canine.
Correct.
How does she get that designation?
So she's an explosive detection canine, as she's imprinted on explosive odors, which is prior to my arrival at the training academy. And the search enhanced evidence canine is called SEEK, is where the dog has the additional training to where, and capability where it will work off leash at a distance. And the handlers that are assigned these dogs are all ATF Special Agent Canine handlers. And the dogs will follow commands of whistles. The dog wears a collar that vibrates and beeps, and so you can give the dog different commands. If you want to send it to the right, you'll give a hand signal, send it to the left, back and forth, and tone it if it needs to stop.
And as it relates to explosives, but I know generally we hear the word explosive and we think bomb. But when we use the term explosive, could that also mean firearms?
Yes, so explosives are inherent in firearms, as the cartridge case within the firearm has propellant powder, smokeless powder, or black powder if it was a black powder firearm. And when the primer strikes, it sets off explosives within that firearm, and it shoots a projectile out the front of the firearm.
And and if I wasn't paying attention to the exact date, I apologize. I know it was during the pandemic, when did you and Chewbacca start working together?
So June of 2020, and then we left the academy September 2020, and then we went in service in Mexico.
And then at the time of this murder case, you were not involved in November of 2020. You weren't even in Texas. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But you do keep your dog after you promote and she retires.
Yes, correct.
I know a lot of people wanted to know when I met with you. You kept the dog.
Yep, she's at home on the couch.
All right. So you were an officer in Arizona prior to this. New Mexico, sorry, Reno. Right?
Where?
Reno?
Albuquerque?
Albuquerque. It's been a long week. Sorry. But you worked alongside the ATF. You did gang disruption. You did a lot of different things. Had there ever been occasions prior to you becoming a canine handler that you were involved in searching a vehicle or a place and might not have found something that was later found with the use of a canine?
We didn't have explosive detection canines that looked for firearms in Albuquerque,
Sure.
so I didn't personally have that.
And since you've come to Dallas Fort Worth and working here, have there been occasions where a search that was done by law enforcement prior to your search had maybe that resulted in not finding anything, but then Chewbacca or ATF, especially Kasi, who used to be working with you,
Yep.
that y'all come in with your canine and then find evidence?
Yes, that's happened.
And so in October 18th of 2023, you were asked to search a vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who brought you that request?
Detective Task Force Officer Barnes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Permission to move about freely throughout? Special Agent Group Supervisor Wright. I'm showing list 957. Is that a copy of your curriculum vitae
Yes, sir.
that you provided for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
I'd offer State's Exhibit 957, previously tendered to defense counsel for all purposes.
No objections, Your Honor.
Describe 957 again.
Special Agent Group Supervisor Wright's curriculum vitae.
CD, okay, thank you.
And I'd ask that the court designate him as an expert canine handler as well as EDC/SEEK Chewbacca for the purposes of this testimony.
Court will so designate.
Thank you, Your Honor. been marked as State's Exhibit 824, 825, 826, 827, 828. 829 and 830. You please take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And are those photos that you took during your search in October of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm also excuse me. Shane has been marked as State's 848. Is this a bag that was used to transport what I'm holding marked as State's Exhibit 831?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize State's Exhibit 831?
Yes, sir.
What is State's Exhibit 831?
It's a Glock 19 pistol, semi-automatic pistol, chambered in 9mm.
State would offer State's Exhibit 848 for record purposes, 831 for all purposes, and 824 through eight 824 through 830 for all purposes.
All right, let me get this straight, Mr. Evans.
Yes, Your Honor.
841 is the bag containing 831.
848?
848,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay. Contains 831,
Yes, Your Honor, it's outside the bag right now.
okay. And, okay, 848, you're tendering that for record purposes, and 831 for all purposes. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
To,
No objection to 831. I believe that there was also the bag.
48, the bag.
The bag is 848. 831 is a firearm. And then no objection to any of the photographs.
okay, thank you.
Right.
All right, State's Exhibits 824 through 830 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. 848 is admitted for record purposes, and 831 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, Special Agent Wright, 831 here is a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is a firearm capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember the location that you went to perform this search?
The Dallas PD impound lot, Binding,
Bilbig? Sound right? Bilbig?
yes.
And again, whose request was that?
Detective Barnes,
Okay, and he's a task force officer with the ATF?
that's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 824, what do we see here?
That's the rear of the vehicle that the search was conducted on.
What are the purposes of the photos? You're not like a crime scene analyst, right, or crime scene tech or anything like that, correct?
No,
Does the ATF have people that do crime scene?
no,
If y'all have a crime scene to process, who typically would process it?
ourselves.
Okay. As far as photographs, what is the purpose of these photographs?
To memorialize where I was at and what I was doing, document what I was doing.
825, we see another photo, is that correct?
Yes,
Of that same vehicle?
yes.
Now, did you have, as you were requested, what was the nature of the request for the search?
This is in reference to a homicide investigation.
Okay, and were you looking, what specifically were you searching for?
Look for firearms and firearms-related evidence, cartridge cases, projectiles, things of that nature.
And did you have any knowledge of where anything may or may not be inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 826, what do we have here?
That's Chewbacca
Um,
in the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay, and is that her official badge right there that she's wearing on her collar?
Yes.
Walk me through, you get to this vehicle, explain to this jury, because they probably never heard it from an actual canine handler with the ATF. You get to this vehicle with Chewbacca, what do y'all do?
So we'll arrive at the scene, the detectives will let us know what they want done. We will, in a vehicle search, you start from the exterior of the vehicle, then you work to the interior of the vehicle, in a busy and cramped lot, like on the previous photo where the other car was right next to it. You're not gonna go in between it, and so I had Chewbacca on a leash, on this one, and we started, and we were working it counterclockwise around the vehicle. Working counterclockwise, then we'll go into the vehicle, door open on the front passenger side. Moving into the vehicle, Chewbacca enters. She has a change of behavior, which is a common term, like, so the dog will be in some sort of an odor, novel odor, something's got its attention, but she can't finalize, give an indication that she found something, but we saw a change of behavior. Both myself and the other canine handler couldn't see anything that would have caused her to have this change of behaviors. Pulled her out, put her back in. She goes underneath the dash on the passenger footwell, and then she turns around and sits, which is her indication that she has a positive alert. There is in the odor of the, she found an explosive material, and at this point she is a food reward dog. That's when I would pay her. I would give her her food so she can eat. She exits the vehicle. Special Agent Canine Handler Kasi, who's now retired, reaches into the vehicle. He's looking around, and locates the underneath the dashboard and where the carpet comes together. Yes, this photo.
And this is 827.
Special Agent Kasi pulls it down, and he sees that portion of a firearm, the top slide where the handle is, and then he notifies Detective Barnes, who comes over and calls a crime scene technician, and it's collected from there.
Can you describe the difficulty in actually getting to this firearm?
I would describe it as inconvenient to get the firearm if you needed it. It was well secreted inside the vehicle.
Well secreted. And, I mean, just looking inside the vehicle, you didn't see it, correct?
No.
And in fact, you saw a change in behavior, which is a clue to you that Chewbacca has something is going on but she has not identified positively where it's at.
Correct.
Did it take her a minute or so? I say a minute, but did it take her some time to even, once she started to show signs, a change in behavior, how long did it then take her to sit to show that she had a positive identification?
Not long.
Okay.
I couldn't give you a rough timeline. Less than a couple minutes to pull her out, put her back in. She's underneath there. She's animate. It's right here.
But she went in twice. It wasn't one search, oh, here it is.
Yep, she went in, had the change of behavior. She's cramped in this tight area of the front seat of the vehicle. So maybe we need to reposition her, and then when we pull her out, put her right back in, and that's underneath and then down.
829, what do we have here?
That's a firearm, magazine, and the cartridges from the magazine, and the chamber.
There was one in the chamber.
Yep.
State's Exhibit 830, is that just the serial number there?
Yes, off the slide.
I'll pass witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. What is your, I want to make sure I get it right, your title. Your official title.
Special agent.
Special Agent Wright. Okay. Did you review any evidence before you went out there to the city panel?
No.
You didn't review any evidence? Okay, and what prompted you to go out to the city panel?
Just a call from Detective Barnes.
All right. And as of, you do you know that the car had been sitting or, in the city pound since November 11th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you would agree with me that's almost, 3 years, right?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know that there wasn't a search performed on the car on November 11th, 2020?
No.
Did you know that there was actually 2 searches performed on the car on November 11th, 2020?
No.
Okay, did you know that there was a second search, or a third search, should we say, performed on the car on November 16th, 2020?
No.
All right, and so we're told or instructed to go out to the city pound on October 18th, 2023 with your dog, Chihuahua, right?
Right.
Okay. And when you go out there, can you tell us, it was sitting not inside, but it was outside in the parking lot?
Yes, wide open area.
Did you have to get a key to get in?
I don't remember.
Okay, but did anyone come out there with you from the city out of town to get you inside the car?
I don't remember. I know Detective Barnes was there, myself and retired Agent Cosby.
Okay, so you don't remember if the door was open or not, right?
Not when we first arrived, no, I do not.
Okay, and then when I'm saying the door, I'm saying you don't know if any of the doors were open to the car, or if the car was unlocked, do you? You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And you don't know during these 3 years that the car sat at the city pound, who had access to that car, do you?
No,
And you don't know if anything was removed from that car, do you?
I don't.
And you don't know if anything was placed in that car, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know how many people worked at the city pound, do you, during that time? Or during those 3 years, do you?
No, I do not.
And when you go out to the car and you're searching around the car, you said you initially did an outside search of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're out there strictly to look for ballistics or firearms at that time, or firearms?
Yes,
Okay, because your dog is an explosive dog, right?
correct.
All right, so you're not out there to look for money or anything like that, it's just strictly to find a firearm?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And when you go out there, you do an outside search initially, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. When you finally enter the car, do you yourself or your person, your companion that was with you, not the dog, but the other person,
Yes.
do you go inside and search with your hands? Y'all do an inside search with your hands?
not before the dog. I mean, we'll look in the vehicle, check for hazards, as far as like broken glass, things like that. Not physically, just a visual search, and then let the dog in.
But you're not touching and feeling anything, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, it's all about, I just wanna make sure my dog is safe before he goes in there to search and sniff around, right?
Yes.
And as soon as the dog gets in there, you said it was a short time before a gun is discovered.
Yes.
Okay. Madam,
Pictures?
the pictures. Can I approach the court, reporting now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 826. All right, is it fair to say where the dog located, Chewbacca, located the gun was up in this area right here?
That's
Is
correct.
that fair to say? Okay. And eight 27. Was the, 827 is showing where the gun was actually located, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if the carpet was sealed off? Did you have to turn the carpet to get to it?
No, and Dan Cossie, the retired agent, is the one who reached in there and he pulled the carpet down.
Okay.
And he
But it's not like you had to use any scissors or to open the carpet up, right?
Correct,
You didn't have to use a box cutter or anything like that, is that right?
correct, yeah.
All right. What he was able to do is go in there with his bare hands and pull the carpet down, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're on my approach again.
You may.
If you could step down
Yes, ma'am.
and just point to me, which gun was it that was found?
831.
831, okay. And so, you agree with me that this is kind of bulky, right? It's not like a piece of paper that is flat, right?
Correct.
And when someone is perhaps feeling on the carpet, you could feel this, correct? The carpet wasn't so padded that you can feel a flow.
Someone
Okay,
may be able to.
okay. Because it's not like the gun doesn't have some kind of mass to it, where and it's bulky, where you can't, where it's not gonna show some kind of indentation in the carpet. Is that right?
Potentially.
Okay. Because it wasn't like it was like a cutout underneath. You didn't find any like compartment or hidden compartment underneath the. Literally, the gun was just hidden underneath the carpet. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Special Agent Wright, you can't say if the gun was placed there after the fact, do you? You can't say that, can you?
I could not know.
No other question, John?
All right, thank you. State?
None further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor?
Thank you, Special Agent. State, call your next witness.
State calls Philip Duong.
Good morning. You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Good morning, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Philip Wong, Phillip Duong.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic firearms and tool mark examiner for the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory.
And can you please let the jury know about your training and education to become a firearms and tool mark examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science with a focus in chemistry from Texas Wesleyan University. Our training program is in-house. It's approximately 1.5 to 2 year training program. And during that training program, I've read books and articles pertaining to the science. I've looked at thousands of comparisons of cartridge cases and projectiles underneath a comparison microscope. I learned about different types of firearms, how they operate. I also attended armor's course where I learned how to take dart-specific firearms, put them back together, and learn what each component of that firearm does. Been trained in serial number restoration, tool mark examination, and throughout the entire process, I was tested along the way. At the end of my training program, I was given a mock case followed by a mock trial. And at the completion of that, I was on supervised casework, where I had to complete roughly 22 cases under supervision. And then I was signed off for independent casework.
How long have you been employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety?
It'll be 11 years this November.
And have you ever testified before as a expert for firearms and tool mark?
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The court will designate, did you say doctor or just
Mr. Gold.
Mr. Blanc as a forensic firearms and two-mark examiner.
Now,
He's an expert in that field.
yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, I want to talk to you about the Texas Department of Public Safety. Is that an accredited lab?
It is accredited, yes.
What exactly does that mean?
So we're accredited through Texas Forensic Science Commission, along with American National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board. And accreditation is when a laboratory is competent and qualified to perform the work based on meeting the set standards.
And how do you receive items to examine there?
So an agency would coordinate with our evidence team and submit the evidence. And once the laboratory gains that evidence, I would coordinate with the evidence team to obtain the evidence to maintain proper chain of custody to perform my analysis.
And are you given a specific number to know what type of evidence goes with what particular case?
Yes, we are given a case number.
And that goes with, say if even an officer comes in and drops off more evidence to be tested, will that evidence go with that particular case number, or will it be given a new case number?
If additional evidence was submitted, it would go with the original case number.
And once you receive that evidence, typically what do you do first?
So once we receive that evidence, I typically go through a packaging worksheet. It's in a sense a inventory of what we received and how we received it.
And can you please describe to the jury just the basics behind ballistic comparison?
Yeah, so firearms analysis, we specifically look at fired evidence, whether that be a fired bullet, fired cartridge case. More specifically, we're looking at the surface areas of these items, bullets or cartridge case, as they come into contact with the firearm. During that process, the firearm imparts these random imperfection and pattern areas on the surface of these bullets and cartridge cases that we can then use for microscopic comparison and to formulate an opinion.
I'm hearing you talk about bullets and cartridge cases. Do you have maybe a demonstrator that could help aid the jury in understanding the different type or different parts of a bullet?
I do, yes.
Can you please bring that out so that we can talk about the different parts?
Absolutely.
So what are we seeing here?
So everything together, this is an unfired cartridge, unfired ammunition component. It's comprised of 4 parts. There's a primer, a cartridge case, a projectile, and inside of that there's going to be propellants, these powders, gunpowders.
Okay. And can you please explain to the jury how you conduct comparisons?
Yeah. Like I mentioned, we're looking at the surface areas of these bullets in these cartridge cases. We're using a comparison microscope that has 2 separate stages that allow us to view 2 items at the same time. And with that, we are looking at these characteristics on these cartridge cases and projectiles to see if they're either in agreement or disagreement with one another to formulate an opinion.
You talked about characteristics. Can you please explain what a class characteristic is?
Class characteristics are measurable features that indicate a restricted group source. These are determined prior to the manufacturing process, so they include caliber, direction of twist, the number of lands and grooves, the shape of the firing impression. These are examples of what class characteristics are.
Can you please explain what an individual characteristic is?
Individual characteristics are marks produced during the manufacturing process. These are random in nature. They can be, like I mentioned, produced during the manufacturing process or through use, corrosion, or damage of the tool surface. And they are very specific to individual tools.
Now, when you and I met, you kind of gave me a really good real-world example of how to explain individual and class characteristics. Do you remember that example?
Yes, I do have an analogy.
Do you think that would help in aiding the jury in understanding what class and individual characteristics are?
Absolutely.
Can you talk about that example?
So my analogy, I like to reference vehicles. I drive a white Toyota 4Runner. It is a SUV. So the analogy is if I was to park in a crowded parking lot going to inside a grocery store. When I walk out, I forgot where I parked. So I'm going to scan the entire parking lot multiple manufacturers, if not tens, hundreds of thousands of vehicles. Then I'm gonna start focusing on an SUV. That's another class characteristics. And I'm gonna continue to dwindle it down so that now there's only 4 white 4Runners in that parking lot that I'm observing. From there, I start looking at those dings on the door, the nicks in the windshield, certain areas that's very unique to that specific vehicle. And that's where it's geared towards individual.
Now, after you conduct testing, do you ever consult with other scientists at DPS at the laboratory?
So for every one of our cases, they go through 100% verification. And what that means is another examiner, another competent examiner, would reanalyze my work to see if they would come to the same conclusion as I did. And at the completion of the verification analysis, they're going to write verification on my notes to state that they agree with my opinion
And are all findings at DPS laboratory peer-reviewed
for firearms.
for firearms? And at the end of your analysis, how are you memorializing your findings?
So at the end, we're going to issue a report that is then sent to the local DA's office along with the submitting agency.
And were you asked to do an examination for this particular case that we're here for today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 962. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
And what is this?
This is a statement, my statement of qualifications. It's in a sense my CV.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856A. I believe this will be your original report that you conducted in this case. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856. There were some modifications that both the state and the defense agreed to. Do you recognize that report with the modifications?
I do, yes. It's a copy of my report with modifications.
And do you think that this report will help aid the jury in understanding the type of examinations that you did with the evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 856 and 962 for all purposes, and 856A for record purposes.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. State's Exhibit 962 and 856 are admitted for all purposes. State's Exhibit 856A is admitted for record purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856. Is this a copy of your modified report?
Yes, this is the modified version.
And we see that it's here, Texas Department of Public Safety at the top, and where your lab is located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Laboratory number, case number, this is that unique and specific case number that is assigned to each case that you're working on. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that is GAR 250610527. Is that right?
Correct.
And the date that you issued your report?
Correct.
Now, can you please explain to the jury, it says submission information, the information that you received here on this report?
Correct. So we were submitted various envelopes, rifle and pistol boxes by an Eric Barnes in person.
And the request that was done was for you to perform a firearms and/or tool mark examination on that evidence?
That's correct.
Moving on to the report report, what do we see here?
So with each of those packages up top, I went ahead and opened each one and itemized all the internal evidence.
And do you, that unique case number that we see here, do you also mark that with the evidence that you received?
Yes, so I marked the packaging along with, if it's able to, I'll mark the evidence as well.
And why do you do that?
Just to ensure that this is in fact the evidence that I examined in this case. For example, I worked this case a year ago, so when testimony, I can recognize it for the court.
And permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, and permission to move freely?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing that we see is that in item 3.301, it is a 7.62-39 caliber Romanian model rifle. Can you explain what type of firearm that would be?
It's just a rifle that's capable of chambering and firing 7.62 by 38 cartridges.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 508. Do you recognize that serial number on there?
Just for the record, this firearm is cleared.
Yes, sir, yes.
Yes, I do.
And does that firearm at the State's Exhibit 508 correlate to, in your report, 0301?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 509. Do you recognize this as, for your report, 04-01?
I do, yes.
And can you please explain what type of firearm this is?
It's another rifle that is capable of chambering and firing a 7.62 by 39 cartridge.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this as being in from your report as 0501?
Yes, I do.
And you, when you receive evidence, you make your own marking in order to identify which evidence would go for your report. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
Now, there's additional markings on here, maybe from the agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So typically, what the agency may mark as evidence, you mark it as something different.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1136. What type of firearm is this?
This,
Did you say 1136?
Yes, Your Honor.
this is a 9mm Luger caliber Glock pistol, and this is a pistol that I did analyze in this case as well.
And is this caliber different than any of the other calibers that we've seen so far?
Yes, it is.
And in 0501, which would be State's Exhibit 510, what type of caliber is that?
That was a 5.56 by 45mm caliber rifle.
And what's 1136 referenced as in his report, in
In-
Lopez's report?
It is referenced as 0601.
Thank you.
I'm showing you Mr. Martis State's Exhibit 841. Do you recognize this firearm as being 0701 for your report?
I do, yes.
And what type of caliber would go with this particular firearm?
This is a 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber.
And what type of firearm is this?
It's a rifle.
So safe to say, not State's Exhibit 831, but these were the firearms that are listed in your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you receive the evidence, what's the first thing that you would do?
It varies from case to case. Sometimes I jump straight into analyzing the fired evidence, and other times I'll start with the firearms that were submitted. So in this case, with all the firearms, I'll go ahead and document everything on what we call a firearms worksheet. We indicate the make, the model, the serial number, certain safeties, trigger pull, magazine capacity, and once we ensure that that firearm is in fact safe to fire, we'll go ahead and generate 3 test fires inside of our range. From there, we'll obtain the known test bullets and test cartridge cases that we generated, and we're going to look at those test fires underneath the comparison microscope. Like I mentioned earlier, we're analyzing those class characteristics along with those individual characteristics to see how reproducible they are and if they are able to be identified to one another.
Oh, then what do you do next?
So once I go ahead and generate all my test fires with all my firearms, I'll go ahead and compare the submitted fire cartridge cases and projectiles from the scene to those known test fires that I generated and formulate an opinion.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I was, yes.
And you were, being submitted were different, different cartridge cases, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember roughly how many there were?
If my count is accurate, I examined 44 cartridge cases.
And those cartridge cases, they were submitted to you. Do you also label, using your own identifying on the evidence that you submit and examine?
I do, yes.
Do you put that on every single individual bag that you get?
Every individual bag, along with I scribe each individual evidence as well.
And were you able to do comparisons for those cartridge cases that you received?
Yes.
And did you document your findings in the report?
I did, yes.
So moving through your report, you see here, you were talking about that you do that, testing to check the gun to see, or the firearm to make sure that it is operable, is that correct? Okay. And so item 0301, was that functional?
It was operational. There was a malfunction that occurred during testing.
And moving on to the next firearm of 0302.
Oh, the 0302 is actually a magazine that was used during testing with 0301 rifle.
And then in the 0401, were you able to determine if that firearm was functional?
Yeah, so with the remaining firearms that I tested, they were all functional. There was no malfunctions detected during testing.
Now at this point, were you able to,
I apologize, I misspoke. The pistol that I did analyze, it was operational, but a malfunction was detected. The remaining firearms were functional.
moving for your findings, we see that items 0801, 0823, 0827AA, and so on, can you Can you please explain to the jury what this finding means?
So those are actually in fact related to the submitted bullets.
Okay?
Did you want me to talk about the opinion regarding those bullets?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And there's a screen right next to you there that you can look
I
at as
appreciate
well.
So in my opinion, the items 0801, 0823, 0827-AA, 0846, 0847, and 0902 through 0906, bullet jackets, bullet jacket fragments, and bullets were eliminated as having been fired from the item 0301 Romanian rifle, 0401 Arsenal rifle, and 0601 Glock pistol.
And so when you're doing your examination and comparison, do you first compare fire cartridge cases to each other?
Yes.
And then do you try to look to see if any of the firearms that are submitted, whether they are comparable to those firearms?
Like I mentioned earlier, I look at class characteristics. When I'm looking at those fired evidence cartridge cases, I'm making a mental note of what kind of class characteristics I'm looking at. Is it SUV? Is it a truck? Referring back to my analogy. And from there, I can look at all the test fires that were generated from the submitted firearms to determine if those class characteristics are in fact in agreement with one another before I go about my comparison.
And so for these, do you recognize the number on here that matches the report that we just spoke about?
I do, yes.
So, just to help,
What were you showing the witness?
I was just about to give that, Your Honor. Okay, so State's Exhibits 259, 281, 285, 307, and 308, as well as State's Exhibit 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Just so that just jury understands, were you able to do a comparison for these?
Yes.
And it would help if you describe what these are, so
Okay,
the jury can follow.
sure. State's Exhibits 259, 281, 285, 307, and 308. These were all, was it bullet fragments?
They're all fired projectiles that I analyzed in this case.
And these were collected at the scene of the offense. Are you aware of that?
Yes, based on the submission form, it just said C.
And State's Exhibits 38 through 42 have previously been admitted as the projectiles located from the autopsy. So with these projectiles and bullet jackets, were you able to make a comparison on whether they came from any of these firearms?
Based on those projectiles, I was able to eliminate it to 3 of the firearms based on the modified report. And 2 of the firearms, it was inconclusive.
And so the ones that you were able to eliminate was 0301, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would be State's Exhibits 508. You were also able to eliminate it from 0401, and that would be State's Exhibit 509, as well as 0601, which would have been the Glock pistol of 850. then let's move along to the next conclusion that you had, which were the ones that we just spoke about, where you were saying, that they could neither be identified nor eliminated from being fired from two particular, firearms. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And can you explain why that's different from why you were able to eliminate one but not being able to identify or eliminate these firearms?
The class characteristics were similar, however, the individual characteristics were neither in agreement or disagreement for me to identify or eliminate. There just wasn't enough there.
And that was from 505-1 and 0701, is that correct?
That is correct.
And 501, that would be from State's Exhibit 510. And 701 would be from State's Exhibit 841. And can you please talk about their next findings?
So the next finding, the items 0801, 0827, -AA, 0846, and 0902 through 0906 bullet jacket fragments, and bullets, in my opinion, were identified as having been fired from the same firearm.
And that was ones that we just talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so these would be the same. State's Exhibits 259, 285, and 307. So the bullet fragments that were found at the scene, as well as State's Exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 that was taken from the autopsy. You believe that these are all fired from the same firearm?
That's correct.
Can you please talk about your next findings?
The next finding talked about fragments that were submitted, and they were not suitable for forensic microscopic comparison purposes.
And why could that be?
Based on the bullet design, impact, there's various causes that the bullet would be unsuitable. The rifling marks, the characteristics weren't on the projectile. It could be a piece of fragment that separated.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 260 through 280. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes.
And does that correlate to your report of 0802 through 0822?
That's correct. These are cartridge cases that I analyzed.
These have all been previously vetted as those fire cartridge cases that were collected from the scene. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 282, 283, and 284. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes. Again, these are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed in this case.
And does that correlate to 0824 through 0826 from your report?
Yes, it does.
Again, these were the fire cartridge cases that were collected from the scene. Now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 287 through 304. Do you recognize these? lastly, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 307 and 308. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes. Again, fire cartridge cases that I analyzed.
And that correlates with 0848, or 48, and as well as 0849. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to make a determination as far as these cartridge cases that were collected at the scene to the firearms that were submitted for testing?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
In my opinion, all the submitted fired cartridge cases were eliminated as having been fired from any of the submitted firearms.
Were you able to make a comparison for the fire cartridge cases to themselves?
Yes.
What was that?
In my opinion, all the submitted cartridge cases were identified as having been fired from the same unknown firearm capable of chambering and firing a 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge.
And that's what you document right here?
That is correct.
Is it common not to have a firearm that's been submitted come back to cartridge cases that have been submitted?
I'll just object to speculation of that.
Oh,
Can you ask that one more time?
Sure. There are some times where fire cartridge cases are submitted, but you don't have the firearm that those fire cartridge cases were fired from.
Yes, all the time.
And all 44 fire cartridge cases that were submitted, they were all fired from the same unknown firearm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Gentlemen, we have present.
yes. Please be seated. With that on the record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Now, before the break, the state had passed, Philip Blanc. Is the defense ready to cross-examine him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning still, I think, sir. Is it appropriate to call you Mr. Duong?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions as it relates to the report that you generated. I think that one of the things that you mentioned in here are class characteristics, is that right?
Not in the report, but yes.
There was, part of your testimony
Correct, yes.
was about class characteristics. And so class characteristics is like a general category, right?
It exists in multiple populations, so throughout different manufacturers, different types of guns, yes.
So it's general. Okay. And you sort of use that analogy about being losing your car in a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And you were using that because, for example, I think you said an SUV, right?
That's correct.
And SUVs are super common,
Correct.
that lots and lots and lots of people drive them, right? And that's sort of similar to the way that we deal with class characteristics. They're very common across manufacturers.
That's correct.
Okay. Like, for example, I think that what you testified to, or what your report indicates, is that the DPMS rifle, right, and the Smith & Wesson rifle have the same class characteristics.
Based on the projectiles, yes.
Okay, so, again, just another kind of general, many different firearms have the same class characteristics.
Right.
Okay. And I think that many of the, sort of cartridge casings, I guess is how you refer to them in your report, are 5.56 by 45, is that right?
That's correct.
And 5.56 by 45 is one of the most common sort of sizes, or it's the most common type of bullet. Is that right?
I wouldn't say most common, but it is a common caliber for rifles.
And how many rifles, for example, could fire a 5.56 by 45?
I couldn't tell you the answer to that.
Multiple?
Numerous.
Okay. So it's not unique to any of the firearms that were here. I mean, they fire them, other firearms fire them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the matching fire cartridge casings.
Okay.
I think that we can agree that tool mark comparison is somewhat subjective.
It is subjective, absolutely.
And so you sort of test fire things and you form an opinion that's based on whatever you can see and some of your sort of own internal analysis, is that right?
Based on training experience, yes.
And then you don't just make that decision by yourself, you then have a supervisor or whatever, somebody else that reviews your work, is that right?
Another competent firearms examiner will then verify my work.
Okay, so, and you said that happened here.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, may I approach him?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, you, as a competent firearms expert, right?
Yes.
And your colleague who reviewed your work,
That's correct.
also competent, okay, made the determination that whatever it is that you received to test didn't match this.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, and so this is just here, but it
Which
doesn't
exhibit
match.
is that? Which state's exhibit is that?
This is gonna be State's Exhibit 508.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, we have a firearm here, it's heavy, it's big, but it doesn't have anything to do with anything, because it doesn't match any of the things you were asked to test.
Correct. All the fired evidence was eliminated to the firearm that you're holding.
Okay, and then again, in this, State's Exhibit 509, right? And I know you have different numbers.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, let me see them.
It's a red dot on the side of the firearm.
A red dot. Oh. Nope, my eyes. I cannot see that, I'm sorry. Do you wanna look at it and see if you can? Okay, which is what?
It is a 7.62 by 39 rifle.
Okay, so this, didn't match what
Correct.
your colleague determined. So this is just here, I mean, the state just brought this here, but it didn't match anything, it doesn't have anything to do with this.
Correct. Everything was eliminated to that firearm.
Okay. And then this one is State's Exhibit 510. Okay, so I'm, you have really good eyes. I'm getting old. Here you go.
Yes, it's 0501.
Okay, and what's this one?
That is a 5.56 by 45 millimeter rifle.
Okay, so 5.56 by 45, that's what we were talking about before.
Correct.
Okay, very, very common.
Yes.
Okay, and then none of the things that you tested match this.
All of the fired cartridge cases that were submitted was eliminated to this firearm. However, the suitable fired projectiles were inconclusive to this firearm.
Okay, but my question is the things that you were, the FCCs that you were collecting or testing or whatever,
Yes,
that they don't go with this one.
correct. All
Okay.
the fired cartridge cases were eliminated.
Okay, so this, again, just here,
Correct.
like, doesn't have anything to do with this.
Correct.
Okay. And then obviously, I think you said that did you test this, State's Exhibit 1136?
I did, yes. That's my item 0601.
Okay, and then obviously this is what?
It's a 9 millimeter caliber clock pistol.
Okay, so this again.
Correct.
Okay.
Everything was eliminated to that pistol.
Okay, so these are really just here for show, it sounds like, because they don't match anything.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay, so, I guess a better way of saying that is your testimony that you're giving us here today is that you and your competent colleague, don't have any evidence to offer this jury about the fired cartridge casings and these firearms.
My opinion is that
And I'm so sorry, I just wanna make sure that you're able to, be responsive to the question that I'm asking. If I didn't ask it in a good way, I'm happy to rephrase it. But my question to you is, you tested fired cartridge casings, right?
correct.
Bullet fragments, right?
Correct.
Other pieces of bullets, is that right?
Other fragments and bullets, that's correct.
Okay, and your determination is that all of the firearms that the state is bringing up here, they don't match what you found, what you tested?
I was unable to link it to any of the firearms submitted.
Okay, and then as it relates to the fired cartridge casings that you did test, I think your testimony was that they all, you believed that they came from the same firearm, is that
In
right?
my opinion, they were identified
Okay.
as having been fired from one gun.
And that's in your opinion, and that's together with your competent, with your colleague because I want to describe them correctly. The way that you described your sort of supervising person, colleague, is that they're also sort of a competent firearms person.
That's correct.
Okay, and so does that opinion, does that other person share that opinion?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so together, you guys are saying that you think that they came from the same firearm.
They did come from the same firearm.
Do you know which firearm?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a bolt action firearm?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a semi-automatic firearm?
I do not know.
Okay, or a fully automatic firearm?
I don't know that.
And that's based on sort of and those were 5.56 by 45s, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Which is super, super common.
It's a common caliber.
And the characteristics are somewhat subjective as it relates to being able to make that determination. You have to use some amount of sort of opinion to sort of complete your picture.
It is a subjective science, yes.
And based on that, What you can't be sure of is, with the FCCs, that they were from the same firing class. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
So, maybe I'll ask it this way. Can you be sure which firing class the FCCs came from?
What do you mean by class?
So, and maybe I should say, as it relates to the subjectiveness of your determination, as it relates to the fired cartridge casings that were that were produced to you, you can't say what brand they were.
Correct. The class characteristics are not unique enough to determine a make and model.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna pass the witness list.
Thank you. State?
Thank you, Your Honor. When you do your report, you form your own opinion, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then it is peer reviewed to make sure that your findings are correct.
That is correct, yes.
And in order to eliminate any sort of firearm, you have to do a microscopic examination in order to eliminate any firearm, is that correct?
We're comparing based on the class characteristics among other characteristics as well.
And so what evidence that may be collected, we won't know if it's relevant or not until you are able to do that testing.
That is correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Defense?
Just maybe in 1 minute, Your Honor.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank
All right.
you.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state?
No objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. State, call your next witness.
State calls Scott Morris.
Good morning. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and please spell both your first and last name for our court reporter?
My name is Scott Morris, SCOTTMORRIS.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the FBI.
And so when I address you, how would you like me to address you?
Just Mr. Morris is fine. I'm not an agent.
Now, Mr. Morris, I kind of want to hop right into things. What is your title with the FBI?
With the FBI, I'm the Deputy Lab Director. I'm also a Master Digital Forensic Examiner.
And can you please tell this jury a little bit about your background as it relates to law enforcement prior to the FBI and then now with the FBI?
I was employed by the City of Grand Prairie for 21 years. I was a detective for 10 years. In 2015, I was assigned to the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, otherwise known as the NTRCFL. There, I was trained to do digital forensics, and I was doing digital forensics from 2015 to now. When I retired in 2021, I was hired by the FBI at the same laboratory.
And what type of training does one have to be an examiner with the FBI?
It starts out with when I went through about 15 to 18 months of hands-on classes, going to Quantico, Virginia, going on searches in the field, where you're taught the basic file systems, operating systems. Your initial training really covers how to image hard drives, image and deal with laptops, training, you can go and get additional certifications or authorizations to do Macintosh computers, to do audio and video exams, and a multitude of other things. And so that training continues. Once you've been certified, you continue doing yearly training to keep, your training update. And so since 2016, I've had an additional 12 to 1,300 hours of training.
And do you maintain and keep up all that training as part of your current position?
The training, yes, sir.
Is all of your training and background maintained within your CV?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may,
And permission to move about freely during this testimony?
yes.
Mr. Morrison, I'm showing it's been 963. Is this a recent copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And contains your law enforcement experience, your experience with the FBI, of course, all of your relevant experiences as it relates to your testimony here today.
Yes, sir.
State would offer State's Exhibit 963 for all purposes, previously tendered to defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 963 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
Yes, you may.
And the jury will have this back there with them to look at. I'm gonna bring all of this up here now. Have you had a chance to review just want to make sure I don't get too out of order with all of this. And Your Honor, after he checks to see what they are, I will say what they are for the record. State's Exhibit 698 through, sorry, 707, are you familiar with those documents? And discs?
Yes, I've seen, these are reports and search warrants that I've already reviewed, and then my report examination, which I created, as well as the hard drive I created.
Okay. And then State's Exhibits 755 through 755 through 793 are And those have been admitted already for all purposes. Can you just verify that those are the phones that?
Yes, these are all phones that, thing.
And then State's Exhibit 507, which has already been admitted for all purposes.
Correct. This is the VDR exam.
And as it relates to Ms. Northrup's examination, she's the best person to testify to her actual examination. But since she's retired, you placed the contents on this for the purposes of this trial.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 712 for record purposes now, which will then be testified later by the examiner who actually did that examination.
That's the extraction by Northrop.
Correct.
Okay.
Just a copy of her extraction of the original for purposes of later.
Is there an objection to that being
I was
admitted
trying
for
to
record
add-
purposes?
I was trying to ask the state if I understood that this witness is going to be here to testify later, so I was just asking that question.
Correct.
So, I mean, we would just object just because
Okay.
she'll be here later, but.
370 to 375.
And she can authenticate, or she can identify her own work product.
Thank you. The objections overruled. State's Exhibit 712 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of go through these now, so that way we can make a clean record of all these things we just discussed. 70. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 698. Those are all search warrants, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are all what?
Search warrants
Okay.
for the different pieces of evidence that you did examinations on.
Correct.
State's gonna offer State's Exhibit 698, which is a search warrant for the Night Owl DVR system, for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 702, which is a search warrant for a black Apple iPhone pursuant to a search warrant, for record purposes only. 703, which is a search warrant, again for record purposes only, for an Apple iPhone. 704, another search warrant for record purposes only, a Samsung phone. 705, a white and silver iPhone, search warrant. And we'd offer these just for record purposes. These are all items that were
Did you
seized.
say 695 as well?
Yeah, 698, and those are all items that were seized from the 3915 Ramona House, Your Honor.
At this time, Your Honor, defense would re-urge its previously filed motion as it relates to these, I think, there's 5 here, I think that there's a total of 6 items, but re-urge our previously filed motion.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Adams, if you would restate what each of those exhibits are. I have 703 as the search warrant for the Apple iPhone.
So there's multiple iPhones, so 703 is specifically the search warrant for a black Apple iPhone that was seized at Ramona, and the number that NTRCL uses is DL.
I don't need to know that right away. 704 is a Samsung phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
705 is what, black and white Apple iPhone,
White and silver, Your Honor.
white and silver. Is there 695 included in this? I thought I heard you say 695.
698.
698, okay. And that's for the DVR?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the defendant's objections overruled. States Exhibit 703, 704, 705, and 698 are admitted for record purposes.
And 702, Your Honor, was another search warrant, also was a black iPhone.
I'm assuming the same objections by the defense, is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. States Exhibit 702 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission vote, not vote. Now, 706, what is 706?
So this is a Blu-ray disc which I created after the exam was complete in 2025 at the request of the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. I don't know if y'all, this became corrupt, but it's basically a duplicate of the original disc that I created.
And this was so we had one to be put into evidence.
Yes.
699, you also did the same thing, and this is a copy of the DVR that you did,
Yes. Of all the video plus selected video.
and those selected videos on 699 were the selected videos from DPD, from the detective who originally met with you?
Correct, the ones he requested.
Okay. And, but both these copies came at my request for purposes of putting into evidence,
Yes, sir.
but they are exact copies and duplicates of the original extraction that you did.
That's correct.
State would offer 699, which is a copy of Mr. Morris's cell phone or extraction of the DVR. 706 is all of the cell phone extractions that he did in this case. And we'd offer both for all purposes.
Did you say 705 and 706? Or
699.
699.
699 and
Okay.
706.
Any objections?
Mr. Adams, can I,
Mhm.
just need to ask just a few questions. Clear.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 706 and 699 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner College?
You may.
Okay. 700, excuse me, 700, and 701. What do we have in 700 and 701?
These two exhibits, when we process a DVR, after we create a forensic image and we export video, the tool, DVR examiner, creates a report, basically dictate what it is that we've exported out. And each of these is just, a splash page of what was exported.
707, what do we have here?
707 is gonna be my report of examination. Whenever we do an exam at the RCFL, once we're done, we put all of our results in a narrative summary to explain what we did, what questions were asked of us, and what our responses were, what we found. So that's what this is my report of examination.
Okay. And 752, 753, 754, and 795. 752 being selected videos from November 10th of 2020 from the DVR. 753 being select videos from 11/11/2020 from the DVR. 754 being select videos from 11/22 from the DVR. 795 being select videos from 11/23 from the DVR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in 699, it's a lot of videos because I think it encompasses an entire month.
Roughly.
And so this just narrows it down kind of to 4 days. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And there was multiple camera angles, so this actually cuts it down to specific cameras and only 4 days.
Correct. There are 8 cameras available.
Okay. State would offer 700, 701, 752, 753, 754, and 795 for all purposes.
list those exhibits again?
752, 753, 754, and 795.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, may I briefly take this witness on voir dire?
Yes, sure.
And you said Mr. Morris is appropriate.
That's fine, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you did the extraction of like a DVR and cell phones, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with sort of, the way that metadata is associated with, information that can be digitally extracted.
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about what metadata is?
So metadata is essentially data about data. So, for instance, in a cell phone, you might have a text message or an image that's on the phone, and then there's actually data that explains about the image. It may say how it was sent, it may talk about the size of the image, it may give a date and timestamp.
And it's
No,
kind of,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. That's outside the scope of voir dire of the witness.
well, then may I sort of ask my next question to figure out whether or not it really is
Really
outside of,
what?
really outside of the scope of voir dire?
Go ahead.
Okay. In your report, did you include the metadata of any of the digital devices that you examined?
I would need that clarified how you mean the metadata. I can explain what I'm thinking, or
So I think my question is, on a cell phone, for example.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's outside the scope of voir diring the witness.
Sustained.
Okay. Then the only other question that I have is, you're familiar with what metadata is,
yes,
and that it can be a part of digital evidence?
correct,
And that it can also be extracted?
yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to object based on the fact that, from what I can review from this witness, I have not seen the metadata associated with the extractions that he did.
Okay, thank you. Defendant's objections are overruled. State's exhibits 752, 753, 754, and 795 were admitted for all purposes.
Have you had an opportunity,
Yes.
and 755 through 793 are all still shots of just, again, a smaller portion of this terabyte of videos, is that fair?
Correct, I was able to go through and review each of the images he presented to me and locate them within the video.
State went over 755 through 793 for all purposes, previously tendered to defense counsel.
No objection.
State's exhibits 755 through 793 are admitted for all purposes.
Now, Mr. Morris, inside this an envelope are these just smaller photos of some of these? Very small, Chris. Very small. Are you familiar with three of the photos that are in 794?
Yes,
What are three of the photos in 794?
the three photos that I recognized immediately were still shots, images I observed on the data extracted from the DVR.
That came from your DVR?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing it's been marked and previously admitted into evidence already before the jury is 751. that the fourth photo that's contained on 794?
It appears so, yes.
At this time, Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit 794 for all purposes. All of the 4 pictures contained within 794 have been independently already placed into evidence.
We're going to object to 794 as just altered evidence.
What's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, it is, if the court would like to review, it is not altered. It is the photos that have already been in. It is just 4 of them put together into smaller portions of them.
Thank you. Defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 794 and 751 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
And State would offer 794A for demonstrative purposes only for this jury.
Describe 794.
It is the exact same as 794, just larger.
Any objection?
Oh, yes, same objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's overruled. 794A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Now, Mr. Morris, 794A that we have here, the 3 photos that came from your extraction are the first 2 and the 4th one, is that correct?
That's correct.
And 751, which was previously admitted, the jury will recall the testimony of the freeway and the Kroger truck, but that's the photo that's been placed on here.
Okay.
And this location here came from the search warrant at 3915 Ramona Avenue in Dallas, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have 1 moment, please, to set up my videos.
Yes.
Thank you. And just so I can use your photos as a reference. And you said there were how many cameras on this DVR system itself?
It had 8 camera views available.
First, I'm going to play for you a portion of a video from November 10th, 2020. The extraction process itself, before we kind of get into this, I'm going to... The extraction process itself, can you explain how that works for a DVR, please?
So for DVR, kind of preface, once it's submitted in our evidence, it comes in, it's assigned a barcode. In this case, it was given barcode DL114290. Once I have the case, I'll take that from the evidence control facility within our laboratory. I'll do a physical inventory of it. I'll take pictures of the top, bottom, sides, so I know what type of state it's in. We'll then open it up and see what's inside it, figure out 1 hard drive, 2 hard drives, whatever the case may be. From that point, I will attach the hard drive to a piece of hardware that protects it. It's called a right blocking forensic duplicator. It protects that hard drive from being written to, so I can make a forensic image of it without altering anything on it. As part of that process, once you create your forensic image, the initial image is going to have a hash value. In layman's terms, similar to a digital fingerprint that you can, go back and verify as many times you want to make sure that your image has not been
Now-
Remember, when you create the forensic image, it's not in human readable form, it's in computer language. So then you would need a tool, in this case PDR Examiner, to process it and put it so that it can be viewed. So you would create your forensic image, have it verified, you know it's correct, then process it with PDR Examiner, and have it, process all video clips that are available, and then you can sort through and search for whatever you need to, or whatever's asked of you by the search warrant and the question.
And there's a timestamp on, this video. Do you see that timestamp?
Yes, I do.
Now, in your report that's, in evidence for the jury, you notate that there is an offset to the timestamp. Can you, explain what an offset means?
An offset is essentially, in this case, that the DVR examiner, the DVR is showing one time, and it's not accurate to real time. In this case, it was 58 minutes approximately, 58 minutes, 42 seconds ahead of real time. Excuse me. So you would then have to make sure you're aware of that, so that when you're selecting video and looking for specific time frames, you know that your video is off by approximately an hour.
TV. Never mind.
Deputy Wheeler, would you go over there and assist? We don't want the, sir, let the deputy. Okay, it's on now. Thank you, though.
So regarding the offset and time, can you talk about that just briefly?
So here, if you look in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the date, November 10th, 2020. You'll see that it reads 13:09:33, so 1:09 p.m., 33 seconds. That's actually 58 minutes, 42 seconds approximately ahead of real time.
Do you know how to get rid of the, so it was 1 hour ahead,
Approximately.
and I think in your report you said it's 58 seconds, is that correct?
58 minutes and
Sorry, 58 minutes.
roughly.
There we go. Alright, I'm gonna move forward to 13:09, 36 seconds, so this would have been, really, roughly 12, 11, and 36 seconds-ish
Roughly, correct.
on November 10th.
That's correct.
Now, you weren't involved in the actual investigation into this murder or anything, correct?
I was not.
So as far as individuals that we see in this video, not really anything that you're familiar with as far as that.
No, sir.
Publishing what is still the 10th at 17. $17:32:40, and I'm gonna let this play for a second. And that when I say 17:32, 55 seconds, that's the video time, but actually real time being 16:32.
Correct,
So 4:38 Dallas time.
correct. The time in the upper right-hand corner is the DVR time.
I see an individual coming out at 17:33:36, getting on a cell phone. Does that individual appear to be wearing the same clothing that's in State's Exhibit 794 behind you?
Yes, sir.
Muted lights, Tim.
And this individual is about to walk back into the picture here in about 8 seconds. You are law enforcement, I mean, you still are, you're FBI. But that individual walked out of the picture with a phone in one hand. Do you see him walk back into the picture at 17:34:26?
Yes,
And do you see something in his other hand?
I do.
And what does that appear to be to you, based off your training and experience as law enforcement?
That appears to be a firearm.
I just rewind it to 17:33:46, and this was November 10th, correct?
Correct.
And at 17:34:23, we see him walk in. Do you see what type of a firearm that looks like?
I would just object to, this individual was qualified as an expert in forensic extraction and digital evidence, and was not qualified as an expert on firearms.
Thank you. If you know, if you don't know, don't answer.
I do not know what type of firearm it is.
Okay. Do you see what's on the base of it? What type of magazine, or do you see that?
It would appear to be.
And I'm so sorry, sir, if I would just renew my same objection, he indicated that he doesn't know what type of firearm.
Your objection sustained if the witness doesn't know what type of firearm or what the, whatever else is on the firearm that he shouldn't testify to.
If he does recognize it, Your Honor, can he?
Yes.
If you recognize anything attached to that firearm, do you recognize it?
It simply appears to be a larger capacity magazine.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to camera 7 at roughly 18:02. Do you see a vehicle in that portion of the video?
I do.
06:43, playing now from camera 7, which again would be about roughly 5 p.m. in Dallas.
5:04-ish, 5:06, somewhere there. Again, 58-ish minutes offset.
And at 18:09, we see that car begin to move, correct?
Correct.
And we drive out of view in camera 7. Going back to the other camera for that at 18:06:06. Do you see that individual again, 7:54?
Correct.
Excuse me, Your Honor, 7:94. I'm just gonna let this play for a moment. Do you see this person, the same person exiting the house at 18:06:46?
Yes, sir.
And do you see what appears to be under his arm?
Appears to be the same firearm.
And we see that black car, it's moved now at 18:09:36 into that camera view.
Correct.
I'm gonna move over to November 11th. November 11th, camera 3. At 13:48. this is November 11th at approximately 12:48 p.m.
Correct.
Are you aware of what time the murder in this case took place at?
No, sir.
Do you see the individual entering the house at 13:48:45 with a backpack on?
Yes, sir.
And do you see his pants and his underwear?
Yes, sir.
And he's there with another individual?
Correct.
Now at November 11th at 14:08:18 is where I'm gonna start playing. Again, this would be approximately 1 o'clock, 1:10.
Correct, approximately.
See that individual walk out carrying something?
Yes.
Now at 14:09:20, that individual comes back out of the house again. And do you see anything in his hands when he comes back out at, I think, 22, 23-ish?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that was in his hands?
I would only speculate.
Okay, well, don't do that. But you saw something in his hands?
Correct.
That was at 14:09:26. We'll go over to camera 7 at approximately the same time. Bless you.
Bless you.
And so this is that same camera angle that we saw from the previous night of November 10th, is that correct?
It appears to camera 7.
I'm gonna start playing at 14:02:27. 14, 10, 12, what do you see going on in the video?
Two individuals are standing near barbecue grill, burning something.
Now, just going through some of these slides, we have November 10th on camera 3 at 13:10. We see an individual outside where there appears to be a firearm in his hand
Correct.
with, what color would you describe that underwear as?
Light blue.
What about the coloring of that firearm?
Black and brown, maybe?
Now, later that night, individual outside with something in his hand at 17:33:36 is in State's Exhibit 757, 758, 759. We see him enter back into the camera shot on camera 3 at 17:34 with what appears to be a firearm in his hand.
Correct.
Now, there's been what's been described as barrel drums, but you said a large capacity magazine. Is that fair?
Correct.
What I'm holding here has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 848. When you talk about a large capacity magazine, is State's Exhibit 844 a large capacity magazine?
I would say so.
Okay, and is the kind of the street term for one of these a drum?
Sure. Yes.
But that's what it appears that that firearm appears to have on it.
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Consistent with that, please. And how long were you in law enforcement?
21 years.
I understand FBI again, is it law enforcement, but. All right, 750, or 760, 761 is the Camaro. 762, we have the individual leaving the house. 764, you can see he has something in his mouth, but carrying something in his arms. Is that fair?
Correct.
765, getting into that same black Camaro. 767, leaving that house at 18:09:20, which would have been roughly 5:11 p.m. on November 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
In State's Exhibit 768, we see that an individual wearing. Can you describe the underwear that person has on?
Light blue.
And that's at roughly 13:48:42, which is roughly 12:50 p.m.
Correct.
on November 11th. In State's Exhibit 770, we see that individual walking out of the house at roughly 1:10 p.m. with something in his hand.
Correct.
772, we see him going to what appears to be a grill. 779, something in his hand with, that's white and red in color.
Correct.
776, the two individuals at the grill. 778, pouring something into the grill. 779, we see something beginning to burn. Is that fair?
Fair. Correct.
780, something burning as well.
Correct.
Now, there's other still shots from later in the evening. 781 is at 18:09, so roughly 5:01 p.m. or 5:11 p.m.
Yeah, roughly about 5:10, 5:11 p.m.
Okay. Can you describe what the two people in that picture 7:52 is an individual leaving at 9:13. Does that sound right?
About 9:06, 9:07.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Math's off. Now, jumping ahead in, I think it's 783. 783, this is 11:22 at 16:37. But these are all the photos that have already been admitted through you.
Correct.
See an individual getting into a silver car from State's Exhibit 786 at approximately 4 p.m.
Yes.
789, we see that individual in that jacket again going back to that silver car with getting a backpack, and 790, 791 going back to that car,
Correct.
792 talking to somebody,
Correct.
793 is just taillights on a vehicle, is that fair?
Fair. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm done playing videos for the moment.
It's about 12:21. Do you have much more with this witness?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 1-hour lunch break and be back here at 1:30.
All right.
You can sit down for now.
All right.
Y'all may be seated. All right, we're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys. The state is present. The jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Did y'all feel a little refreshed? Everybody got something to eat? Okay. All right. Are both sides ready to proceed? Defense? Okay. State may continue.
Operation approach, Sean.
You may.
Now, Mr. Morris, you've already looked at the smaller playing cards, I guess, with Velcro of some of the still shots that are already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
So in 755, a still shot of two individuals outside that house and around 12-ish, 12:10 in the tent. State's Exhibit 757. What time is that, Brian?
DVR time says 17:33, so minus 58 minutes an hour. We've been discussing 4:33-ish.
On the 10th. State's Exhibit 767. What time is that? And what day?
DVR time displayed at 18:09, 20 seconds on November 10th.
State's Exhibit 769. What do we have there?
It states November 11th, 2020. DVR time is 13:48.
So approximately what time?
12:48. Again, you have 58 minutes down there also.
State's Exhibit 780.
November 11th, 2020. DVR time is 14:10.
And that was approximately, or that was when the fire is going.
Correct.
In the grill. And that's kind of hard to see way out there in the video, but. $781.
November 11th, 2020. DVR time is 1809, 31 seconds, 1709, approximately. November 22nd, 2020, DVR time is 22:28:54 seconds, or approximately 9:20, 9:30. November 23rd, 2020, 01:20:53, DVR time is approximately 12:20 p.m.
Just before 1 a.m. on the 23rd.
Correct.
Now, can you explain when you do an extraction? We'll start with the DVR. Can you explain the actual process of detective bring? I know we kind of got through a lot of stuff very quickly. We didn't go into all the processes that are involved in it, but hypothetically, I'm a detective. I have a search warrant. I have the DVR. I bring it to you. Here's a search warrant to search what's maintained in it. Can you walk this jury through an extraction of the DVR?
So, in our world, I probably refer to as imaging of DVR. Forensic images are more kind of appropriate for the hard drive and such, whereas extractions are more commonly linked with cell phones. So, for a DVR, as I said earlier, it comes in, it gets assigned to somebody. In this case, it was assigned to me. Take the DVR out, I do my physical inventory of it, and then open it up, look at the inside of that hard drive. Does it have size, model number, take photographs, all that kind of stuff. Part of this, prior to that appearing, I'm also comparing it to the search one. The search one, I'm going to look and make sure the one that it lists the DVR or however the search warrant explains, it gives me the ability to look to the DVR. So it's got, I got to stay within the four corners as it referred to a search warrant, make sure I don't go out to my boundaries. So what's being asked of me, covered in the warrant. If it is, then I proceed. And like I explained, I would take a hard drive, it's a piece of hardware that is going to light block and make sure I don't write to the DVR and get a pristine forensic image. It's going to have an hash value we discussed as far as time to fingerprint to make sure that I can go back to my forensic image, a day after, 10 days after, 10 years later. If I run it again, it'll show that I never altered the image. So the image was pristine the entire time in that case, and in this exam that was all accurate. But that's just a forensic image. If I gave you the forensic image, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it, as far as reading. You would have to have a tool to process. In this case, I used the DVR examiner. You take the DVR examiner, you connect it to your image, and let it process all the video and put it out by date, camera, and all that type of information that you would want to know. From there, again, it depends on the detective or the investigator. Do they want specific video? Do they want everything? What are they requesting? You have to make sure if you have the ability to get your offset, in this case we did, to figure out is your DVR time and date accurate. If it is, great. If not, how far is it off so you kind of know what you're looking for. And then you're going to export all those, whatever being requested. For DVR examiner, when it exports the video, you have the option to have a hash value with each and every video. So again, I can export the video, present it to the defense or to the attorney's office or the AUSA's office, and if they look at it, they can go back and check the day, week, the year, and make sure they didn't accidentally alter the video somehow. Because I've got the MP5 message digest, what that is, hash value from when it was originally extracted from video. So you've got that, and when you export all the video, you'll have all the video come out, you'll have a DVR examiner report that will list all of your videos, clip information, dates and times, and the hash value.
Okay. Just since you talked about like the date and time, the offset in this case at 58 minutes, is that uncommon to have a time off on a DVR specifically?
No, because if you think of DVR, if it's connected to a network, then you might have more accurate time. It gets updated all the time. If you have a DVR that you set up on January 1st of a specific year, and it sits there and never connects to the network, never gets adjusted. Over time, kind of like an alarm clock or a regular clock, if it's gonna lose a second here, lose a second there, it is not adjusted for daylight savings time, and there was some time there as well, so it's not.
And the Earth rotates at 365 and a quarter days, I think.
Sure.
And that's over the leap year before the year.
Correct.
And then we also have daylight savings, so time gets thrown off if you never adjust it.
It does, and so that's why we try to identify something that, can we identify?
Thank you.
Can we identify something in there that gives us a reference to our offset? Sometimes if the DVR is password protected, we can't actually pull it up and see what it may be accurate settings on there. I've had instances where I've requested from the detectives, can you tell me the first time an officer arrives on the scene? Because usually they arrive on the scene, they're like dispatch. Okay, when I've got, I see the first officer on scene, they told me the first officer arrived on scene this time. Okay, now I've got a point of reference and I can see if my time and date is accurate.
And so there are ways to do it, but in this case, you didn't have to go to that length to determine the offset.
Correct. This one was not password protected, so I was really able to see the date and time that it was.
Now, as far as an extraction of a cellular device, how is that the same and or different than doing a forensic image of the DVR?
So there's a couple differences. The procedure is still the same. You're still checking search warrant, still doing physical inventory of the phone. Is it on, off, whatever. Where the biggest differences come in is that when you obtain an extraction of a cell phone, it has to be on to do that. By and large, there's old, maybe not, but it has to be on. And so that's when you're getting that extraction, unlike a hard drive that's off, that extraction you get is a one-time hash tag that you'll get. So if I obtain the extraction on a specific date, say January 1st, if you went back to that phone and wanted to extract it again, well, you're gonna have power on the phone, it's gonna start changing things, so the next extraction you get, that will not change. However, when we obtain the extraction, whichever one we do, it's encapsulated, and you can hash value that. So then again, my extraction then is simple. I can go back to my raw extraction, I can run that hash value 1 year, 5 years, 10 years later, and it should match, showing that nobody's altered that extraction in any way during processing or examination.
But every time we were to do a new one, turn on the phone, turn off the phone, there's new data, the phone cycles, there's all kinds of stuff that connects to the network potentially.
Potentially now, when we extract a phone, when it comes to the lab, we do whatever's necessary to remove or limit any network connectivity. We don't want to connect to the network. Because if SIM card you take out, put it in airplane mode, great. If it's something that's got to go straight to the machine, we try to get it straight to the extracting machine to do that. And then we use a couple different tools, some of the well-known brands you may have heard, Reiki, Magnet Reiki, Cellbrite, those are the two largest extraction devices out there. And you'll take it, you connect it to an exam machine that's running one of those softwares, and you go through the process, very simple, really, you follow the instructions on the screen, do this, do that, get your extraction, save to the drive, it's gonna give you a hash value, and you move on. And then again, if I gave you just the raw extraction, you wouldn't be able to plug it in and do anything with it without something processing. Again, put it in something readable so that you know what you're looking at.
And is that what's been already admitted, that readable format?
Correct.
How, once you provide that either to the attorney's office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, a law enforcement agency, well, let me backtrack real quick. When you do an extraction of a cellular device, do you comb through and look for evidence as it relates to a case, or are you just pulling all of the data from the phone?
So two things come into play there. One is the search warrant, consider whatever legal authority to be consent, and the other is the request from the investigator. So we put those two together to figure out what we're gonna do. A lot of times these days, investigators are a little more familiar with some of the tools, and they'll say, can I just have what's referred to as portal case? With Cellbrite, it's called Reader Report, and it kind of puts everything where they can go through it themselves. And so, maybe a narcotics investigation, I may not be up to date on all the lingo of narcotics investigation, all this stuff, but they're going to do that themselves. And so we give them this portal case, and they can go through it They'd say, well, on this, and they can make their own tags. This is important, this is important, this is important. And then they can create smaller reports from there. They're more specific to their investigation. There are times, if you can like think of maybe a child abuse case or something that's more specific, more understandable, they can say, no, we would like the examiner to go through and look for images or videos or evidence related to this specific offense. And then we go in and we do our own analysis and provide similar results, but we're the ones that come through and do the exam. Most forensic examiners would prefer that second one, where we have a little more control, going through it and be able to later testify and say, this is what you have. A lot these days is investigators wanting to do it themselves, and so they ask for a formal case.
In the example you give, child abuse, so whether it's crimes against children, a child pornography type case where there are certain things that the investigator is looking for, that might be something where they lay that up to you.
Correct, and they would just be specific on what they're looking for. It wouldn't just be go find a bunch of images. They would need kind of, we would work with them and say, what is it you're looking for? What do you need? Is there time frames? Is there specific, if you're looking for messages, are you looking for messages from a specific phone and contact, so that we can narrow down so that we don't turn around and just say, oh, here's everything. They can ask that, and we'll provide what they ask for and what the warrant allows for. We would prefer to do more of a forensic examination and give the choice.
And in this case, what were you asked to do?
So on this one, for the DVR, for example, originally the initial request came in and asked for a video on November 11th, I believe, and further discussion with the detective. And you have to allow for, again, the time also, that midnight could be video starting at allowed for. So you're kind of looking at the 10th and the 11th. Once he saw some of the video that was located, it seemed to respond to his request. And then he also requested all the video that was available. And so that's why in my report I have two kind of exports. I have the selected one. Here's the specific video he asked for that he found relevant. And then here's the second amended part of the request where he says, well, I want everything so I can review everything in that video.
And assuming, in this case, the warrant allowed for everything to be extracted and examined, then you provide everything.
Correct. I mean, if the warrant had been specific to say only these dates, if he would have asked for everything, he would have had to say, oh no, your warrant only allows for these 2 or 3 days. You need to either go get another warrant or just understand that I'm not going to provide it. And that's up to the investigator.
And so the warrants itself, again, you aren't asked to, outside of the first select videos, as it relates to the DVR only, it was just initially the select date and time area that you were looking at, and then you provided the entire copy based off of what the warrant allowed, correct?
In his request, yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the cell phone extractions that you did you do a forensic examination, or what was the request for, and what did you do?
Yeah, the request was just horrible cases so that you could go through them himself.
Now, you talked about investigators, prosecutors who are familiar with the case can use that portable case and then make smaller copies.
Correct.
Of selected things. I think this jury's already heard about some selected text messages from one extraction already in this case. Is it fair to say that cell phones these days are getting quite large?
And that would be fair to be accurate.
I think mine may even have more memory space than this computer that's sitting in front of me.
More than likely, yes.
And so if we were to print, let's say Apple might have a new phone in September maybe, but if they have a new phone and you were to print out every page of an Apple, a year from now, I get that new Apple iPhone. I know this is a terrible hypothetical, just bear with me, I get that. I get this new iPhone in September. A year from now, you do an extraction on it. Let's say I'm on it all day long. Potentially, how big could that, if you printed out every single page from that extraction, potentially how big could that be?
I can have thousands upon thousands, maybe million pages.
Hundreds of thousands.
Exactly. No, absolutely. I had a case years ago, and I did try to put it in a 3-ring binder, and that was 10 or 11 years ago. It took a very large 3-ring binder, and that was much smaller phones, and it would be huge.
And so as it relates to like, in this case, I haven't printed, or I haven't shown you ever printed out page from the 4 phones that you've done or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Now I didn't want to forget, I didn't want to forget one thing. This morning you grabbed me and said, hey, just want to let you know, I found 2 typos this morning going through my report.
Am I correct?
And what were those 2 typos?
Probably a issue where I identified the Night Owl VDR as Night Owl Swan. So that Swan was probably just something hanging over. And then in imaging VDR, I referred to the Shiva hard drive. In the first paragraph, and the second paragraph, I referred to it as Hitachi. It's not in it.
Typographical error, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't change the substance of your report or anything. Now, you, like, again, you weren't asked to do a forensic examination of the contents of all these phones, so an investigator or detective or agent who did go through the portables could testify potentially to the things that actually came from these phones. Is that fair?
Fair.
If they know.
Yeah, they're aware of every aspect of what that's.
Garment Roach,
Yes, you may.
I'm just gonna show you what's been marked as states 1140 and 1148 would you please take a look at 1140 and 1141?
This is a portion of every report. Kind of like that smaller report we're talking about. It's not all the content.
And so each tab there in 1140, those were from, y'all assigned specific numbers, and that number would be not only on the disk that contains all of them, all of the extractions, correct? But it would also be on the back of the phone.
And then like only be within our report of examinations, you'll see how I refer to it within our report. So here it talks about the reader reports for, and it lists DL 114291 through DL 114294. And DL is the beginning of our post review.
So the phones that are in evidence would be marked on the back DL11, so on and so forth. And these smaller reports are from the, in 1140 are from DL 114294, is that correct?
One of the instances.
And then 1141, how about that one?
That's what's gonna have a unique ID. There's a unique ID within the report that corresponds to my extraction. So on this first page, I would know this is mine, this is gonna correspond to my notes.
Would it help refresh your recollection by looking at your examination notes?
It worked in here. This is very lengthy alphanumeric. Okay, so this one is for DL 114291.
And that's marked as, what was the front of that line?
1141.
Okay, 1141. And how about the other one?
This is DL 114294.
So the one, 1140 ends in 94 and 1141 ends in 91?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 1140 and 1141 for record purposes at this time, previously tendered to defense counsel.
Thank you. Would you describe them again for the record?
Yes, 1140 is some smaller generated reports from DL 11-42494, which is an iPhone. And 1141 is some smaller reports that have been generated from DL 11-4291, which is another iPhone. And both of those entire extractions have been previously admitted.
Is there a specific iPhone that's referenced in DL ended in 94?
You can ask Mr. Morris to describe this.
Yes.
For the one ending in 94, which specific iPhone was that?
It is a white and silver Apple iPhone SE.
Okay. And the one ending in 91?
Black Apple iPhone. I believe it's a 7.
Thank you.
No objection for record purposes, Your Honor.
Okay. State's Exhibits 1140 and 1141 are admitted for record purposes.
I'll pass it.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Morris, I think that you described two different types of extractions that maybe it's your company, maybe it's all companies like yours can do for law enforcement, is that right? Where you are extracting and you're creating a report and analyzing, and then you said that there's something called a portable case.
The portable case, yes, could be used in either one, but we have kind of two different methods where I'm asked to do the bulk of the examination and provide results, or basically, can you just give us a copy of everything on the phone and we'll do the analysis ourselves?
Right.
Is that okay?
And so, and you're saying that that's something that law enforcement can potentially ask you for, is that right?
The
portable case?
Correct, yes,
Okay, and that, it's inside the parameters of a search warrant generally, right?
correct.
But ultimately, you can create a copy of something and then give it to law enforcement, and they can look at it, manipulate it, decide what things mean, put things together, and that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct. I'll just, I don't like the word manipulate, but yes, you're correct. They can go through it and identify what's relevant to them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, and decide how things fit together, and that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct.
And as far as you know, when they're doing that kind of thing, it's really just on them, right? In other words, you have oversight when you're creating a report, right?
Correct.
You have like peers that review it, is that fair?
Well, we do peer review on 100% of ours
Okay,
going out the door.
okay. But what I'm saying is when you are charged with doing a forensic analysis and then generating a report, when
Correct.
that's on you, not when you created a portable case, but when you're doing it,
Mhm.
you create that, you're doing all of the checks, you are doing the analysis as per the request that's been made of you, correct?
In addition to the search warrant, yes.
And yes, you're combining those two things to make sure you're inside of the appropriate parameters.
Correct.
And then you generate a report, correct?
Mhm.
and then that report is reviewed by another qualified forensic examiner.
Correct.
To ensure that your work or the conclusions that you drew make sense.
Correct.
Okay, but when you do a portable case, you are having a peer review check that you, I guess, created the portable case correctly, right?
Correct. All of our steps, yes.
All of your steps,
Mhm.
but once it goes to, when the whole extraction, without your forensic analysis, goes to a police officer or law enforcement, that's outside of whatever you have going on, right?
Correct.
And it's, you don't know what protocol they have, right?
Correct.
And you don't know whether or not they have a peer review process, right?
That's correct.
And whether or not they're putting things together and somebody else is checking that to say it makes sense, right?
Correct.
In the same way that you do.
Well, I'm doing more forensics, so
Well-
that's why we do ours. As far as kind of reading the results, you're right. That is totally on there.
Okay, but forensic just means that you're pulling something that already existed, like almost in like a time capsule, right? Like you're not creating anything, it's not anything new, it's whatever existed at the time.
Correct.
That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
And you can do an analysis of that then goes through like a scientific method.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And all I'm saying is that when you create a portable case and then hand it off in totality to somebody that doesn't have that scientific method, that doesn't have anything to, you no longer have any control over how that is dealt with, how any of that information is dealt with.
Correct. And that's why I said we prefer to do what you're describing. We prefer to do the forensic, have a little more control over it so we can have a better understanding of what we're putting out.
Right. And furthermore, there's a reason that in your profession there are these steps, right?
Correct.
Because the steps were created or put into place because it protects against all kinds of different things within, digital evidence, right?
Correct.
And so really, for example, in your organization, you would never produce something or put something out that didn't go through your steps.
Right.
And so you can't testify here today or ever about how, say, law enforcement, once you give them a portable case, how they are treating that forensic information or how they're interpreting it or whether or not it is sort of generally accepted in your forensic community and things like that, right? Because they're not a part of your forensic certified community.
Sure. So if I'm answering correctly, I can testify that, for instance, a text message came from my extraction. We can go back and I can testify and say absolutely. Now, how it's relevant within the overall investigation, you're correct. I don't have that information for a situation like this.
But you can say that something came from your extraction, but you can't put it together with anything else you can simply say things, we extracted this, and that's all that you can say.
On this one, it was a very straightforward, we would like this information, and I say, here you go, here's your information. So
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
And
This was what I would refer to probably I think a lot of forensic people would agree. It is a more fairly basic level, clean cut, search and find, if you will.
right. But again, you don't have anything to do with once it leaves you. Once you create that portable case, it doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct.
So, and then as it relates specifically to the DVR in this case, you had indicated that there was a 58-minute time difference offset. Is that right?
Yeah, I think 58:42 roughly.
Okay, and in your report, you indicate that the instrument identified that. Is that right? Initially identified that there was this offset.
No, in my report, what I did, to examine those and everything else, is once I had made my image of my hard drive, so it's pristine, because I don't want to turn the hard drive, turn the DVR on you.
Okay, I just want to stop you because maybe I'm not asking the right questions. I just want to make sure that we're just getting the answers to the questions that I'm asking.
Absolutely.
So, you indicated that there was a 58-minute and some seconds offset.
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the DVR was not password protected.
Correct.
And you received that DVR on what day?
It was received February 4th, 2021.
February 4th, 2021.
Correct.
And you sort of knew, at least a little bit, that there was something that you were looking for that may or may not have occurred back in November of 2020, correct?
Not until I was assigned a case.
Not until you were assigned a case. When were you assigned a case?
That would have been October
Of what year?
2012.
So you received it in February of 2021.
Correct.
It got assigned to you in October of 2021.
Yes.
Was it assigned to somebody else in between?
No.
Did anybody else work on it in between?
No.
And then you generated a report about your analysis in, I think it was November of 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when it comes in February of 21, it just sits in a storage locker or closet or whatever
In the evidence room.
in the evidence room of your facility?
Correct.
Anybody, I'm assuming that's a locked, secure facility?
Yes, if you're within an FBI secure area, but then within there, again, it's also limited access into the evidence control facility.
Okay, and then is the device on or off?
Off.
And it kind of just sits there?
Correct.
You explained that turning it on, you realized that it wasn't password protected, correct?
Correct. After imaging the hard drive.
After
Not prior to.
after you imaged the hard drive, you determined that the device was not password protected.
Correct.
And that's the device that's not password protected, not whatever. I mean, you know that because you created an image of it. I mean, I don't get the connection that you're making between I made it the image and then I learned that it wasn't password protected.
So, again, I don't want to turn the DVR on before I make my image. So you remove the hard drive from the DVR, disconnect it, you create your image, plug it back in, now we turn it on. Because it's kind of like a phone. If it's off, nothing changes. So the DVR is off.
Okay, so you don't.
And so then once I've made my image, now I reconnect the hard drive, turn it back on, and then that's where I determine it's not password protected, and I can see the date and time displayed on the monitor.
Okay, and so the date and time that displayed on the monitor once you turned it on, you had determined was 58 minutes and 6 seconds off.
Correct.
Okay, and and then you also determined that you could manually manipulate the date and time.
I didn't change the day or time.
No,
Yeah, I
I'm not saying
misunderstand what you're
you
asking.
did it. I'm saying if it's not password protected, somebody could go in and manually change the date and time, or adjust it, or correct it, or whatever.
Yeah, if you plug the DVR back in and it's not password protected, somebody could go in there and change things.
Okay, and so you don't know whether or not before you received it, anything like that occurred.
Correct. Prior to its arrival and me inventorying it, I don't know the history of it.
Okay, so, but what you can tell us is it doesn't require a password to make those types of manipulations.
That's correct.
You, I believe, said that you worked on the cell phone. You did the forensic extraction of the cell phones using CART-approved hardware. Is that right?
Correct.
And what? And also software.
Correct.
Okay. What does that mean?
So CART within the FBI, I'm part of the CART team. It's an acronym, an older acronym, which stands for Computer Analysis Response Team. So I'm part of the CART team. All of our tools, before we use them, have to be approved prior to them touching evidence.
Okay. And so what's the process to test and validate the hardware and the software that you're using?
All testing and validation is done at the FBI headquarters. It was in Quantico, now in Redstone. And prior to them allowing us to use the tool, they have an entire unit up there that tests and validates the tool.
Okay, and so do you have sort of the logs related to the testing and the validation of the tool?
We do not know. That would all be stored at the headquarters.
Okay, and when was the last time that the tool that you used was tested and validated?
So for these tools, this one, I would have to go back to 2021. But prior to any version, and as you may be aware, for AP or Cellrite, they come out with a software update. So there may be multiple versions throughout the year.
you have to do that because every time an app updates or a phone updates, an operating system updates, you have to start changing your software to address it. So there's multiple versions that get released throughout the year. None of those versions get released to our network where we can access them until they've been tested and validated. So as far as the date, every single one would have a different date.
Okay, and I obviously don't care about ones in 23 or 24, 25, because that's not when this analysis took place.
Sure.
So the only ones that I care about are in 2021, right? And certainly some between October and November when you were working on this particular piece of equipment.
Right.
So my question to you is, but prior to whenever you started working on it, when was it last tested and validated?
I couldn't answer that question. I'm just not testing validation.
Okay, and so that's like totally separate from you.
Absolutely.
And it just, but you can appreciate that the logs of that and making sure that the instruments are accurate, it's not for somebody to just take your word for it, that it's important to have that information. Is that,
Correct.
do you agree with me on that?
And that's why we have an entire unit dedicated to that.
That unit is not you.
Correct.
And then, inside of your report, you have images. Do you recall embedding images into your report for the DVR?
Good to just make sure I'm following. So I create a report of examination, and then through the tool, the DVR examiner, it also creates a report. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding which one you're.
It's the one that you have in your hand right there.
This does not have any. Well, no, this one has images. Sorry, I misunderstood what you're asking. These images, yes.
Yes. So those have the date on them, correct?
Correct.
And they have a timestamp. Is that right?
Correct.
And that timestamp, according to you, is 58 minutes and 42 seconds off.
Correct.
And then the date on the top of those pictures, those are just, what is that date? That date is related to what?
That's the date that I was working on this and extracting, I believe. Yeah, from the extraction report.
Okay, so that's
I'd have to verify that, but I believe that's what it is.
Okay, so the dates that are just embedded above the image, you're saying those are the dates that maybe you were working on it?
Correct.
Okay, and those don't have any relationship to?
No, they're not within the image, no.
Okay. I'll pass it.
Thank you, State.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. You don't work for a company, correct?
Correct.
I know it's asked on the cross. The company you work for, you don't work for a company. Who do you work for?
Yeah.
That's the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Correct.
As far as the evidence that's been placed in the attorney that's talked of manipulation and what people can do with a portable case, what you've provided and what's in evidence are the full extraction of the DVR and the cell phones that you extracted, correct?
Correct.
And did you verify that those are the extractions that you did?
So not only on mine did I verify them, but, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, when I created the external hard drive for those retired examiners, when I created those, I didn't just copy paste the data onto the drive. I used a tool that, again, HashValue verifies everything it takes from the original and put it in the hard drive. And they don't be what you're asking.
That is what I'm asking.
Okay.
And so, I believe they'll hear from, the jury's gonna hear from Jackie Northrup, who's now retired from the FBI.
That's correct.
And Thomas Tedder, who was the director of the NCRCFL prior to you, correct?
Correct.
And so, they, of course, don't have access to FBI files since they're not FBI employees anymore.
Correct.
So, and I guess we kind of skipped over this, but when you do an extraction or make a forensic image, you provide typically 3 copies, I believe.
Usually we try to get multiple copies, one for law enforcement, one for kind of maybe just throwing evidence, and then one for this attorney's office. There may be some who have them where we also get requests from defense and we may provide a copy of them.
And so the ones that are in evidence now, and you and I have had other trials together where I've come over to you at the FBI's office and I've here's a disc, and you're like, I'm not gonna testify to that, is that fair?
Correct. He's brought a disc that you or somebody's made, and to try to slim it down, and he brings it to me, no, that's not my disc, I didn't make that disc, I don't know what's on it. If I'm gonna testify, I have to testify to my own disc or hard drive.
And so in this case, what's in here are the full extractions that have not been manipulated. They are forensic copies. I don't even know if copy is the right word. Forensic.
They're full.
duplicates.
They're full, correct. Their copies, the only, just to be accurate, these are not the raw images or the raw extractions. Those are the derivatives.
And these are exact duplicates of the ones
Yes,
that you maintain over at your office.
correct.
And you gave those to me, you finished them, Ms. Northrop, Mr. Tedder, they all initialed theirs as well.
Correct. And even with those, when we get requests, whether it be from the defense or prosecution, it's not just make a copy and they come by and pick it up. There's, I don't know if I have it here, there's gonna be a report and there's gonna be examination notes for every one of those, even though it's just a copy. It's still gonna have a technical report that goes with it that says, here's the tools I used, here's the validation I used, verification that everything was the exact same. And even those that appear inaccurate.
I'll pass it to Joe.
Thank you. Defense? Any further questions?
May I have just one moment?
Yes.
And I just wanna make sure that, I mean, I don't wanna belabor the point, but your job is to, forensically extract information from digital devices.
That's I'll agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it's accurate. Yes,
I mean, in other words, you don't have anything to do with determining what happened.
correct.
You don't have any responsibility in, knowing why something happened.
Correct.
And in fact, you don't have any information about, the parties, the people, the whatever involved on anything that's alleged on November 11th, 2020.
Correct. You're objective. Here's what you asked for
Okay.
in this case.
And therefore, you can't identify any of the people. I mean, you can say that this picture is the same picture that I extracted, but beyond that, you can't say this person's this person or that person's that person.
Correct.
I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Anything else with this witness?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the state.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you. You're free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Juan Hernandez.
Good afternoon. Raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Juan Hernandez, first name Juan, last name Hernandez.
And how are you currently employed?
I work for the Mount Pleasant Police Department.
Where is Mount Pleasant?
It's about a 2-hour drive east, Interstate 30.
How long have you been with the Mount Pleasant Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Now, this jury has previously heard what it takes to become a certified police officer, training, field training, is that kind of the same thing that you went through?
That's correct.
And what is your current position?
I'm a narcotics sergeant.
Were you working the night of November 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were doing that night?
I was working highway interdiction on Interstate 30.
You said highway,
Interdiction.
what's highway interdiction?
It's basically the enforcement of highway and look for people that are transporting drugs, large amounts of U.S. currency, etc.
Is that common kind of out where you are?
It's very common off of Interstate 30, yes.
And do you recall stopping a vehicle that night?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was that?
Gray Challenger. Dodge Challenger.
Can I have that code?
You may.
Michelle, you has been marked as States Exhibit 627 through 767. Can you please review these photos and see if you recognize them? And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 630. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how are you?
It's an info video from patrol car.
And that's your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously viewed this disc prior to today?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 631. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is this?
It's a black info.
And do you think that these photos in this video will help aid the jury in what investigation that you conducted that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State notes to offer States Exhibit 627 through 676, 630, and 631 for all purposes that are
I'm sorry.
previously-
Say that again. 627
Yes, Your Honor,
Through-
627 through
767
676,
627 through 626.
676,
Okay. All right.
and 631 and 630 for all purposes.
We don't have an objection to the photographs,
Okay.
which are 627 through 676 is what we have as the photographs. These are audio and video recordings that we believe contain hearsay. And so we would object to any of the hearsay that's contained on either of these two discs. And
630 and 631.
this is gonna be, well, this says 372, no, okay. Oh. 631 and 630.
Yes. Your objection is as to hearsay.
Our objection is that we believe that these two exhibits contain hearsay, and we would be objecting to any of the hearsay that's on here. If they want to redact it or play it without the hearsay, we don't have any objection.
Okay. I mean, specifically hearsay from who? These are this officer's in-car video and body cam. Are there other individuals in the vehicle who are saying things?
Yes, Your Honor, I do plan to skip over that portion of the individual that is not the defendant or this officer testifying.
Okay. You would have to redact it if it's going to be admitted into evidence.
And then also, can we approach briefly?
Yes.
when the car was stopped, you walked up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a passenger in it, correct? And she also had a dog. Is
Yes.
that right? All right. And so you were able to, did you actually do the search of the car?
Yes.
And when you were searching the car, did you see any luggage in the car?
No.
Okay. Did you see any like a lot of clothes or a full wardrobe in the car?
There were some clothes over there.
Okay. Was it clothes where you thought somebody was moving? Like moving from one location to another, or were they just some weekend clothes?
It was just small amount of clothes.
Okay. And were there men and female clothes? I mean, female and male clothes in the car as well?
From what I could tell, which is male clothes.
And you don't know where Mr. White was born, do you?
Yes, he told me where it's
Where was it? Where did he tell you he was born?
I believe he said one of Arkansas.
Okay. And do you know who he was born to visit?
Grandfather.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not that's true, right? Okay. Now, when it comes to you being a sergeant of narcotics, there were a number of drugs in the car, right?
Yes.
You had some lean, you had some marijuana, and you had some edibles, right?
That's correct.
And some of that was packaged as if it was to be sold, right?
Yes, he said.
And were you able, based on your training experience, to put a street value on the edibles?
No.
Okay. How much would edibles, based on, because edibles are sold by the ounce, right?
It depends.
Okay. How much is 1 ounce of edibles? Do you know?
It depends on the concentration.
Okay. What about lean? The bottles of lean you have? Do you know how that is weighed or packaged to be sold as drugs?
I don't know.
You don't know the value as a narcotics sergeant?
Not for him. Okay.
Okay. What about marijuana? Do you
Yes,
know?
I mean, sold by a gram now.
Okay, and what is the street value for marijuana per gram?
Once again, it depends on the concentration of THC, so it's different values.
Okay. Yeah. You would agree with me that Mr. White had a lot of drugs, right?
Somewhat.
Okay. And drug money is often in low denominations, right? The money denomination.
Not necessarily.
Okay, you would agree with me, sir, that Mr. White had dollars and $5, correct?
Yes, different denominations. Yes.
I'm showing you. Okay, I'm looking at State Exhibit 63. I'm just gonna zoom in. This is somebody that was, you found, and where did you find this? Was it in a seat like that?
These two bundles were in Mr. White's pants pockets.
And if I zoom in, can you tell the jury what they're looking at right here? What denominations are those?
This is a bundle of currency. Most of the ones that are visible are from
Oh, and you said most of the ones that are visible. Was there anything else in there?
I can't read the ones that are not visible.
Okay. And it appears on the bottom you can't really tell what that is, right? You know, there's like maybe a few $100 bills, but you don't know what the rest of them is, right?
Correct.
And it's not uncommon, based on your training experience, for drug dealers to have guns, right?
Correct.
And part of that is for their safety, right? Ironically, right?
For the safety,
For the drug dealer safety, right? They too get robbed, right?
I wouldn't say it's for the safety.
Okay. You don't believe drug dealers get robbed, sir?
I don't want to get, I'm assuming they do,
Aren't you a sergeant of
Yeah.
narcotics? Okay. And do you not do a lot of drug busts?
I do a lot, yes,
Okay, do you not do a lot of interactions with drug dealers
yes,
and drug addicts?
yes,
And it's not uncommon for drug addicts to rob drug dealers?
it's not wrong.
Now you, are you now at the police station when you're in the States Exhibit 652? Is this when you're laying out the guns and everything that you confiscated
Yes, ma'am,
out of the car? Okay, and so is this all the money that you confiscated out of the car at 652?
yes,
And you took that money and you kind of compiled it together, correct?
yes,
All right. And now I'm showing you 654. You agree with me in 654, and this is all laid out on the table that we just saw in 652, that a lot of that money is tens and fives, low denominations, right?
yes, the ones you can see, yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you 657. A lot of that money is dollar bills, right?
There's 20s, ones, hundreds,
Okay.
even a $12 bill.
Okay, there's a $2 bill, there's a $5 bill, there's a 20, there's 100. For most of the denominations that we see are ones, correct?
Yes,
So it's not like when, I think you said that Mr. Wright had $9,700 on it, is that all right?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Okay, but a lot of that money was low denominations, right?
You said a lot of money?
A lot of the money that we just saw in the pictures, the state's exhibits, and that you collected and you compiled were low denominations of money, correct?
I don't take that on my report, the exact denominations.
You did?
I remember if it was mostly low numbers or mostly high numbers, but just don't take it on my report.
Okay, but just looking at the pictures, right, we don't see tons of $100 bills, right?
Well, we can't see all the currency in the report.
Okay. Well, 665, that's just dollar bills, right?
Yes,
Alright. And 664, this is money that you took and compiled, that's just a lot of dollar bills, right?
there's 100, there's some 20s, there's a 10, 5s.
There's $100 bill, there's one $20 bill that we see, $100 bill, and one 10. There's a 5.
Yes,
The rest are dollar bills, correct?
there's another 20 at the top too.
Okay. And these are all the edibles, right?
Yes, those would be package values.
Okay. And that's not a personal consumption, right? That would be beyond personal consumption.
Yes,
Okay. That would be for someone that's trying to actually sell it, right?
I would say so. Yeah.
And the state showed you State's Exhibit 67, a receipt from Manhattan Jewelers. You don't know anything about that receipt, do you? Do you know anything?
That's 675. Did you say
675,
675?
I'm sorry. 675. You don't know anything about that receipt, do you?
Whenever she was found, yeah.
Okay, but you don't know anything about what's on the receipt, the contents of the receipt, do you?
Can you be more specific?
Do you know anything about Manhattan Jewelers?
No,
Okay. You just know that this receipt was found in Mr. White's car, in Mr. White, correct?
yes.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 676. And this is everything that you confiscated out of his car.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, officer, I know you took possession of the guns, right? All the guns and the drugs, correct?
That's
We
correct.
told you that that was it. But theoretically, or practically speaking, you know as an officer, when someone is pulled over and a gun is on the passenger side, who do you normally attribute that gun to as possessor?
Who has access to it?
Okay. And we saw that on the video, one of the guns was pulled from the side of the female seat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't be uncommon for her to have been charged, right? Because since she had access, right?
Yes.
And as it relates to the $9,700, whenever you find drugs and guns together with money, what typically happens with that money as it relates to law enforcement?
It usually goes for asset forfeiture and it's seized.
Okay. Tell the jury, what is a forfeit?
Basically, it's usually U.S. currency or it could be weapons, vehicle, arrangements, etc. That the state believes was bought or purchased with either drug money or illicit means, or it was used in a criminal act. There are several felonies that were used.
And so Mr. White's $9,700 was taken that night, right?
Yes.
All right. And he has to go through a legal procedure to get that money back, doesn't he?
It's a civil process.
Okay. And you don't know where that money came from, right?
Where the money came from?
Yeah, you don't know how he earned that money, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long he's had that money, correct?
Correct.
And you just know that he had it with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that you confiscated the $9,700 is because Mr. Wright had drugs, right?
There is more reason than that.
Okay.
It's totally circumstances.
Okay. And as it relates to the bullets that you found, the 5.56 by 45, right?
Yes.
Okay. Those are very common bullets, right?
Not the green tips.
Not the green tips. Okay. And let me re-ask. 5 by 5.6 by 45 is a common bullet, right? Used in 90.
The caliber is.
I'm sorry?
The caliber is very common.
The caliber is very common, right? Can I have a moment?
Yes.
And the promethazine that we see up there is 3 bottles, right?
Yes.
And you said that have you never had contact with promethazine or you just don't know about it?
Longer.
Okay. And 3 bottles is not for personal consumption, right?
They could be.
Someone could take 3 bottles.
Over a period of time.
Okay. How was it at the time?
Locked up.
Okay. But that's definitely for drug, it could be for drug sales.
It could be.
Okay. No further questions, John.
State?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, to be clear, how many firearms were recovered that night?
3 total.
How many firearms did he actually claim?
2.
Which one did he not claim?
He did not claim the block.
And you said he said that he was going to Arkansas,
Yes.
so he was leaving the state. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was arrested for the items that were seized. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he was arrested on November 23rd of 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that he bonded out the next day on November 24th of 2020? Defense counsel brought up the promethazine. What is promethazine?
Basically, not sure.
Is that uncommon or common during narcotics investigations?
It depends. It's not really something that's common or uncommon. It just depends on who takes it. It's very common amongst the younger generations.
And you said that that brain point was unusual. Is that correct?
That's
Why is that?
It's basically an armor piercing round. Like I said, if you don't know how about the great tip, actually bullet. And it's not a common.
Do you know about what like the dangers of the can do?
In the vein, was armor piercing, it can pierce body armor, basically the level of the body armor up to that.
In addition to the firearms, he did claim the drugs and the money that was his.
Yes.
That those items were his.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
All right.
Just go first.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Hernandez, you're not a ballistics expert, are you? Okay. And you do know that the U.S. federal law has said that ring tips are not legally classified as armor piercing, right?
No.
Okay. So when you're sitting here testifying to the jury about what ring tips are, you could be wrong, right?
That's what I know, man.
Okay. But you're not a ballistics expert.
I'm not.
And you could be wrong.
Like I said, that's what I know, man. Based on my training.
And what training is that?
Firearms instructor, SWAT team leader for several years, 15 years. And we shoot firearms every week.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. You're free to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a short break? Yes? All right, let's do that. Let's come back at 3:50.
All right.
You all may be seated. All right, we're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys. The state is present. The jurors are present and seated. Is the state ready for their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who is your next witness?
Sick Falls Lieutenant Travis Nichols.
Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Travis Nichols, first name spelled T-R-A-V-I-S. Last name Nichols, N-I-C-H-O-L-S.
How are you currently employed?
One of the Mount Pleasant Police Department is a criminal investigation division.
How long have you been with Mount Pleasant?
20 years.
And what are your current duties?
Right now I supervise detectives as well as narcotics division.
Are you familiar when someone is booked into the Titus County Jail?
Yes.
And are people that are booked in, are they allowed to make phone calls?
Yes.
And do you have access to that system to retrieve the phone calls that they have made?
I used to do that system.
When did you have access, if you remember?
From 2016 to 2021.
And did someone reach out to you requesting jail calls from a person named Kiwan White?
Yes.
And you're aware that Mr. White was in the Titus County Jail from November 23rd to November 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you able to access those calls?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what it takes to even get those calls, find those calls, and then put it where you can listen?
So you have to be granted access through the Titus County Jail, which I was in 2016. Once they give you a login or password, you simply log into the secure website, and then you can search by name or PIN number or ID. You can also do a date range and find people.
Do you remember what you used to search for Kiwan White's calls?
I use this name.
His name. And did you put those calls on a disc?
I did.
May I approach?
You may.
Michelle has been marked as State's Exhibit 677. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this disc?
It's the one I provided to you from time.
And these are your initials?
It's my signature as well as my friend.
And does this disc contain all the jail calls that Kiwan White made while he was in the Titus County Jail? Now, did you listen to these calls?
I just listened to make sure that there wasn't like
Michelle, you has been marked as State's Exhibit 678. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this?
This is basically what's the contents that are listed.
This is a list of the contents that are on State's Exhibit 677 and State's Exhibit 680. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is a list of calls as well as the number of states and times and length of the calls, as well as the inmate's PIN and name.
And we see the name is Kiwan White.
Yes, ma'am.
And the list of it on State's Exhibit 680 correlates to the State's Exhibit 678 as well as 677. And when inmates are booked in, do you all log in their property? Why do you do that?
Well, when they are booked in, they take the property and then when they're released, they're given the property back. Not everything in the jail is allowed to be had. They're switching out uniforms, Titus County, they wear oranges, and things like that.
Showing was the marked as State's Exhibit 679. Do you recognize this? What is this?
This is a fax from the Titus County Jail of Kiwan White's property that he had on at the time of his booking.
And is that dated? What date is that?
That's November 23rd.
And are you familiar with the property that you said you just testified that would be the property that he had when he was booked into the Titus County Jail? Are you also familiar with the property that was seized by the Mount Pleasant Police Department?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1144. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the Seaver report from Sergeant Hernandez.
And this is for the money that was collected from that stop. Now, at this time, State Officer States Exhibit 677, 678, 679, and 680, as well as States Exhibit 1144 for all purposes.
Your Honor, the defense is simply going to object. There are a number of calls on here that are totally unrelated to any allegations coming before this jury. So we would just be objecting to the voluminous nature of the calls. I know that there may be some specific calls that the state intends to play. And we generally wouldn't have an issue with those calls, but there are calls on here that have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And so we would object to that.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Your Honor, we would just put State's Exhibit 677 in for record purposes at this point, and all the rest of the documents in for all purposes.
Does the defense object to that?
I don't necessarily have an objection to that, Your Honor. I just would want to know.
Do you have an objection to that being admitted for record purposes only? The 677 that you're objecting to of jail calls, various jail calls.
I don't have an objection to it being admitted at this time for record purposes. I just want a point of clarification that I can do later. But I do want to get a point of clarification about, I guess, what calls are going to become relevant.
I have no idea.
Neither do I.
All right. State's Exhibit 677 is admitted for record purposes. State's Exhibit 678 and 679 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I might just have one moment.
Yes.
Lieutenant Nichols, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits that has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 675 and State's Exhibit 676. These have already been admitted. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Okay, and then are these just tiny photos of the photos that you see in 675 and 676?
Yes,
Your Honor, Commissioner Plummer State's Exhibit 1144.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1144. Are these the number of bills and the denomination that was collected from Mr. Keewan White on the night or the early morning hours of November 23rd?
yes.
We see that there are 28 $100 bills, 63 $50 bills, 43 $20 bills, 102 $10 bills, 354 $5 bills, 66 $1 bills, and 2 $2 bills. Is that correct? We'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly.
Was,
Sir,
sorry, hold on 1 second. Was 1144 admitted?
For all purposes?
well, I don't, you know what, Judge? I don't know that we weren't gonna have an objection to it, but I don't know that we
Okay.
addressed it. So we don't have.
I don't think so. You didn't tender it, but you tender it. It's already before the jury. And the defense has no objection. So State's Exhibit 1144 is admitted for all purposes.
As well as 678, 679, and 680 for all purposes.
Yes, those were admitted, I believe. 677 through 679.
Your Honor, we'll pass
No, hold on 1 second. 677 was admitted for record purposes only.
677 for record purposes.
Right.
But 678, 679, 680, and 1144 would be for all.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
All right, defense.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, when you sat down, you're a sergeant or a lieutenant?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, yes, sir. And you have some experience, or are you currently assigned to narcotics?
Over, not necessarily to the.
Okay, when you say over narcotics, what does that mean?
So you have the criminal investigation division, and they are under my command. So we have
Narcotics.
Narcotics as well as the detective.
Okay, so do you get to that position because you've worked your way up through the ranks?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any part of your career where you worked narcotics?
Only street level, nothing as far as being assigned to narcotics.
Okay, you've come into contact with narcotics and drug sales? Okay, you have some, you said you've been a police officer for 20 years?
Yes.
Okay, so through those 20 years, have you had an occasion on, or have you had many occasions to come into contact with people that either sell drugs or use drugs?
Yes.
Okay. Have you come into contact with people that sell drugs?
Yes.
And when you're selling drugs, is it often that you may have what looks like large amounts of money, but they're small denomination bills? Okay. And so, to be fair, maybe do people that sell drugs kind of do that to make themselves look like they have more money than maybe they actually do?
Yes.
And in the state's exhibit number 1144, right here, we have some money that was seized. Is that right?
Yes.
And that money was seized from a traffic stop that involved T1 White. Is that right? And there was lots of things that were taken, right? But I think you have to do a special form if there's like money that your department intends on seizing. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, because this is money that if you were to be granted, then it goes to maybe city services or department services and things like that.
Correct.
But you can't necessarily do that with like actual narcotics that you may take.
Correct.
Right. So you could just only take those and dispose of those, but the money can do something else. Okay. And so in this instance, we have hundreds, 50s, 20s, 10s, 5s, and 1s, right? And there are two $2 bills. But out of all of those different denominations, this is going to seem like a silly question, what is the one that has the most? I do this with my daughter. Which one has the most? Which denomination has the most bills?
As far as most bills, we got $5.
$5 bills. And then what comes next?
Next, we would be $10.
And then this one is a little bit close, but the next one after that.
$1.
$1 bills. Okay. And there was also drug, and so those are really common low-level drugs, drug dealer denominations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a lot of bills, right? If there's 354 $5 bills, it's not that much money. Is that fair?
It's a lot of fun.
It's a lot of $5 bills, but how much money is it?
You're looking at probably $1,600.
Yeah, you're very close. I wouldn't have been able to do that in my head. $1,700. But anyways, but the point is that if you have 354 bills, that looks like a ton of money, right? But at the end of the day, it's really just $1,700. Is that fair? Okay. And then you also are aware that actual drugs were confiscated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there was some property that was confiscated that was like packaging. Is that fair? Where somebody might take a large amount of drugs and put them into individual packages. Is that right? And then if they do that, what are they generally intending to do, based on your training and experience?
Fair packaging material.
Oh. So obviously all that had to be taken, and the person that had all of that stuff had to be taken into custody. Is that right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, all people have the right to bond out at some point if they want to. If they want to. There's nothing unusual about somebody bonding out. Do you know anywhere, like for Mr. White, you indicated he bonded out of your jail?
I found out tax credit.
Okay, is that where you
That's
work?
No, I work for the Northwest.
Okay, do you guys just house your people at the Titus County Jail? Okay, so you're aware at some point he bonded out of the Titus County Jail?
Yes.
Do you know where he went? Are you aware that he came back to Dallas? Okay. Based on your training and experience, are you aware of the value of, like, say, edible marijuana or edible THC? I guess is what it would be called.
No.
How about leaf marijuana?
It varies based on potency and so on.
Can it be a lot? Okay. What about, have you heard of I think young people might call it lean, but I think it's called promethazine. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
In your training experience, is that a drug that's abused by people?
Yes.
And it's like kind of like it has a street value. Is that right?
Correct.
People can sell it to make money.
Yes.
Okay. It's not just like, oh, I have a cough and I went to my doctor and I have 17 bottles of promethazine, right? And that's unreasonable. Okay. And so then are you familiar with your training experience, kind of what the street value of a lean or a promethazine might be? Can it be a lot? Okay. Sorry, last thing, I promise. Go ahead. Is it uncommon for drug dealers to carry firearms?
No, it's okay.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I heard you said that's very common? Okay, and there's a lot of reasons for why that might be, right? One of those reasons is because they're trying to defend their drugs, right?
Absolutely.
And make sure that nobody robs them, correct? And maybe nobody steals from them, correct? Because it's not super uncommon in your line of work to have drug dealers robbed, right? Or people steal from them, maybe because it looks like they have large sums of money. Okay. And so that kind of guns, drugs, drug dealers kind of all go together in your training experience.
Yes.
Oh, yes. And I-30, it's a trafficking corridor, isn't it?
Yes.
Lots of people run drugs really from the west to the east. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, running them out of Texas into Arkansas and other places like that.
Correct.
It's a common route, so much so that you guys have, like officers that are like, that's what they do. They like sit on the highway because they can tell kind of people that might be doing something nefarious with their drugs. Okay, and so this is a part of kind of Mount Pleasant.
Yes.
What a great place. No, I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm going to pass it in this next.
State,
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
Nothing further from the defense.
All right, thank you. Free to leave. State, call your next witness.
State calls Michael Hildebrandt.
Would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Hildebrandt, it's Michael Hildebrandt.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Securus Technology.
Can you please explain to the jury what Securus Technology is?
Securus Technologies is a correctional communications firm that put phones and communication devices in the jail facilities for incarcerated individuals to contact their loved ones.
Now, is that just for county jail or?
No, we do DOCs, county jails, city jails, all types of jails.
And how can inmates access phone or make phone calls in the jail?
And there's multiple ways. They can either, their friend and family can have an account where it only charges that, or they can use their debit and their commissary account and pay for it themselves.
How are inmates able to make phone calls, and you know how to track it or how much it would cost?
Most of the time when they're incarcerated, they get an ID number and they use it instead of a PIN number, and then therefore every time they use the phone, they could have voice recognition or they could have PIN recognition. Either way, it identifies that inmate as making the call to whoever, whatever they choose to dial.
And is that number unique to that inmate?
Correct.
Does that number stay within the entire time that they're?
The entire time of that incarceration, depending on the facility, they may change the number each time they're incarcerated, but for the majority of the ones that I know of, they keep it if they're a frequent flyer, they keep the same number every time.
And each time an inmate makes a call, is that call being recorded?
That's correct, unless it's an attorney.
And how is the system able to keep those recordings?
There's a bank full of servers that maintains those records.
And how long does that server keep those records?
Depending on the contract with the individual county or DOC. As far as the actual recordings, but as far as historical record of a call, that is their lifetime.
So say if someone was booked into a county jail 10 years ago, is someone able?
It would still be in our system.
Now each time an inmate makes a phone call, is there a warning that's given?
Correct, there's an admonishment in the beginning, saying that this call is being recorded.
And, so there's an admonishment saying that the call is being recorded, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that for just the inmate to hear, or the person that they're calling?
Friend and
also?
family and administrator.
Is there any system for identifying the person in jail who is making that phone call?
I got lots, please repeat that.
It's okay, no worries. Were you able to locate a recording of the phone call that was made by the defendant while he was still in custody?
Yes.
And were those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And were you able to modify them and be able to put them in an order that, let's say, a person like me would be able to see?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing this being marked as State Exhibit 681. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
It is a list of 15 calls that were downloaded and with the file name being the unique identifier placed in the sequential order of which time they occurred.
And they also have the dial phone number as well as the call start time and end time.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, State Operating System 681 for all purposes.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 681 is admitted for all purposes.
Pass the witness.
Defense,
No questions.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Defense,
No objections.
okay, thank you, sir. Free to leave. State, call your next witness.
State will call Thomas Tedder.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Steve, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the court for first
Yes.
and last name?
My name is Thomas Tedder. Last name is spelled Tedder. I am a senior information security analyst at First Citizens Bank. Prior to that, I was an FBI agent for 27 years. The last 5, I was the laboratory director for the North Texas Regional Forensic Center. Prior to that, I worked in the Veterans Office. I was in the Warren's Division for 15 years, working in cyber crimes and digital forensics.
I'm sorry, what was your first name again, sir?
Thomas.
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 Thank you.
Now, this jury's already heard from Director Morris with NTR-CFL, but can you just tell the jury a little bit of the background and training that you had as it related to forensic examinations and regarding digital media devices?
Yes. So I went through IASIS training, which is International Association of Investigative Specialists training, in 2006, and became a certified forensic computer examiner. In 2008, I went through the FBI's CART program, which is the certified CART program that every examiner goes through. Throughout the years, to keep our certifications, we do training every year, keep that training up. Since I retired in 2023, I'm no longer CART certified, but I am still certified through IASIS as a CFC.
And back in November of 2020, what was the position that you held at that time?
I was laboratory director for the RC.
And were you asked to do an examination as it related to certain cell phones in this case?
Well, as the director, I actually assigned it to myself, but yes.
Okay.
Just to keep back on them, I do.
And at that time, how many different examiners did you have underneath your supervision?
Approximately 16 to 18, depending on TFOs that were coming in.
And TFOs, I think this maybe the second time this jury's heard that term be used, but I don't think we've discussed it. What is a TFO?
A task force officer. So the RCFL is composed not only of FBI employees, but also of local police officers. Task force officers are assigned to the laboratory. If they assign a task force officer or a police officer to the lab, we work cases not only for the FBI, but also for that jurisdiction. So Plano, Richardson, Dallas, we would also bring their cases in and work them through the RCFL.
Your Honor,
Yes, you may.
permission to Dr.
Yes.
Now, retired agent Tedder. Have you testified regarding forensic examinations with cell phones before?
Yes, I have.
Here or many times?
Maybe.
State and federal court?
State and federal.
Next shows marked as States Exhibits 714, 716, 718, and 720. You want to take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them? States Exhibit 714, 16, or 714, 716, 718, 720. What are those?
These are the search warrants.
And are those the search warrants as it relates to seven?
Each one of these files.
Okay, each one of these ones being 713, 715, 717, and 719.
Correct.
That have previously been put into evidence. Your Honor, we offer these cell phones. I believe they were a record previously. We're going to offer the phones now for all purposes. With retired special agents federal understanding.
All right, so you're offering 714, 716, 718, and 720 for record purposes?
Correct. The search warrants for record purposes only, and the cell phones for all purposes.
Okay. And those search warrants are in relation to the cell phones, correct?
Correct.
But these are confusing.
Correct.
Okay, so so we would just object and re-urge our motion as it relates to this is these are items that were collected from an address on Britain, which is unrelated to our client. We would re-urge to relevance of those, and we would, I guess, also object to the physical phones coming in. I'm assuming that the court's not going to allow jurors to turn them on and look at them and things like that. So we would object to the relevance of physical phones coming in.
What's the state's response?
Record fine.
Okay. Court will admit states exhibits 714, 716, 718, and 720 for record purposes. And the cell phones 713, 715, 717, and 719 for record purposes.
Now, States Exhibit 721, 723, and 724. Do you recognize those exhibits as they relate to those four cell phones?
I do. These are reports that I created from the extraction of the funds.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind, 721, this extraction, it's got your initials on it, correct?
That's correct.
And this is, I'm gonna say a duplicate of the exact readable extraction that you,
This is a report created from the extraction.
and,
The extraction is the raw extraction. The report is what is generated from the extraction.
and that makes it readable for us.
Makes it human.
Right. And 721, which phone does that correspond to?
That's going to be the Apple iPhone 6, 1633. So I got to pick it up. It's going to be the rose gold one here. This one.
And that is, for the record, that is States Exhibit 713. States Exhibit 722. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is 722?
And it's also another report created from extraction from one of the phones.
And which, okay. And which phone does that correspond to?
This one.
And for the record, that's States Exhibit 715. States Exhibit 7.
Would you describe the phone to which it
A
is?
red iPhone.
Thank you.
This one here. So it's an Apple iPhone 7 Plus, model number 174.
And for the record, again, that's a black iPhone 7, States Exhibit number 719. Do you recognize States Exhibit 724?
I do.
And what is States Exhibit 7?
It's also a report created from extraction from the phone. It has my initials on it.
And is that corresponding with States Exhibit 717?
It does.
And that's an Apple iPhone.
11, model number 2A2111.
State would offer States Exhibit 721 through 724 for all purposes. Were these reports made at or near the time of the extraction done in this case?
Yes, and let me clarify on that though, the first extraction was not done until July. The other three were done in January. The extraction done on the pink, the rose gold phone had to be brute force, and it took about 6 months to get the pin for that brute force, so that wasn't done until 7/9.
And that was in 721. And we'll talk about brute force here in a second.
Sure.
May I just put this briefly on Rhode Island?
Yes, you may.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what's contained on these discs. You extracted cell phone, you extracted information from various cell phones.
Right.
And in that, and from that extraction, you generated a report.
That is correct.
So contained on these discs are what specifically?
On the report.
Just the report,
Just the report.
not the extraction.
Right.
Okay, we don't have an objection to 724, 723, 722, or 721 with the caveat that, if he's making legal conclusions or legal findings included in these reports, we would object to that as outside the scope of his expertise.
What sort of legal conclusions?
I'm saying if they, that's what our.
Thank you. Your objections noted. Otherwise, you have no objections to these being admitted, correct? Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. States Exhibits 721, 722, 723, and 724 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you.
Now, State, would you summarize again what each report, which cell phone relates to which, I'm sorry, which report relates to which cell phone before you take the witness on. I know 721 was regarding State's Exhibit 713, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, what's 722?
It is related to 715, which was the Apple iPhone 11.
Was that the red phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 723 relates to State's Exhibit 719, and it is an iPhone 7 Plus. It's a black iPhone.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 724 relates to State's Exhibit 717, which is an iPhone 11 8211.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
You may.
Retired Special Agent Tedder, you didn't make any legal conclusions or findings in your report, correct?
Correct.
And you familiarize yourself and reviewed 725 and 728. Do you recognize those documents?
Since these are reports of the extractions. Each report.
And those were made at or near the time of the extraction was done?
Correct.
State Law for States Exhibits 725 through 728 for all purposes, and I will describe them for the record after I'll go ahead and describe it. State's Exhibit 725 is regarding an iPhone 6S. Device name is Dollar Dude. State's Exhibit 726 is an iPhone 11. Device name Trap, T-R-A-P, no space, B-O-I, Trap Boy. State's Exhibit 7.7 is regarding an iPhone 7 Plus. Device name Dollar Dudes. 728 is another iPhone, an iPhone 11. Again, device name Dollar Dudes.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping up. Are these the reports that are on the discs that are just in paper form?
No.
These are just the progress reports.
Usually a progress report of the physical extraction from the phone, showing that the physical extraction was complete.
Of the phones that we were just talking about?
Correct.
Is there any way that I can ask you to tell me what the colors, because that's kind of how I have them notated.
All right, so 725 goes with State's Exhibit 713, which is a rose gold iPhone. That's 725. $727 corresponds to State's Exhibit 719, which is a black iPhone 7 Plus. States Exhibit 726 goes with a red iPhone, which is States Exhibit 715. States Exhibit 728 goes with States Exhibit 717, which is a black iPhone 11.
So what's the difference between States Exhibit 721 through 724, and then from 725 through 728? Both are reports, correct?
The 721 through 724 are the reports from the extraction, are the actual readable reports that come from the extraction, correct? That contains all of the data that you were able to, the actual extracted material in a report format. Readable. Okay. 725, 726, 727, and 728 are the progress reports just showing the extraction and the progress in them being extracted.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just need the clarification on which phones went with what. So I have that now, so we don't have to.
Okay. States Exhibits 725, 726, 727, and 728 are admitted for all purposes.
All right. Okay. 729 and 730. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, these are my written reports of examination for both of the examinations.
When you say completed, that's what that progress report is. It shows the extraction taking place and then it's completed.
Then I take that extraction and run it through the software to create a report and you read it.
Which are on these discs.
Right.
And this report of examination documents everything that you've done, correct?
Yes, the documents and steps I take to complete the examination.
State would offer States Exhibits 729 and 730 for all purposes. Briefly, Henry, for defense counsel.
No objections.
States Exhibits 729 and 730 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. Permission to follow?
Yes, you may.
Now, the exhibit of the Coyote Population Tedder that you have in front of you is States Exhibit 721. You talked about, you brought up brute force, and you know, Director Morris, we did not talk about anything like brute force being done regarding his extraction. But can you just tell this jury a little bit about what that means and like why brute force needs to be used and what the purpose is of it?
Yes. So in this particular instance, there's three states of the phone. It's in an off state. Once it's turned on, it's in a state that you would call BFU, before first remote. When you take the phone out the first time, you can't use your Face ID, you can't open up, you actually have to use your PIN code to open that phone. Once that's done, it's in what they call an after first unlock state. So you can get an extraction from the phone a lot of times without having to do it. In this particular instance, this phone, DL113134, was in a state of BFU, which means we could not get an extraction from that phone. We have forensic software that we use that can hook the phone up to and start a brute force attack on that phone. That can take anywhere from 2 weeks to, at this time, it was like 39 years, depending on the complexity of the 4-digit or 6-digit PIN code. After about 6 months, the PIN code was found, and once that was found, that phone had a full extraction was done of that phone, and that report was created. That's why there's a 8251 lab case number and then 8251 sub 3, which was the next sub that came up to do this phone.
And talk about the years again, like how long it can take sometimes to unlock or brute force to get into a phone. Can you just talk about that a little bit more in depth?
It has gotten better over the years, and since I've left the lab, I'm not sure where it's at, but when we first started doing these brute force extractions, the proprietary software that we had purchased for the Bureau, for a 4-digit PIN code, we could get into it in a day. Once it went to a 6-digit PIN code, it went from anywhere from 2 weeks to 39.6 years. It has come down somewhat, so the manufacturer, Apple in this case, did not work very well with the Bureau, and every time we had a way to get in, they would plug that hole, and the proprietary software manufacturer would have to find a way around it. Once he did that, the software would be updated, be tested at Quantico. Once it went through testing and validation at Quantico, then it would be shipped down to every RCF route. There were 17 RCF routes at the time.
And the more complicated phone passwords become, whether it be like instead of just a PIN, a number, but like say you start getting alphanumeric and characters.
Once you get in that, once you get over 8 characters in an alphanumeric, it becomes impossible sometimes to actually crack the alphanumeric PIN on it, or password at that point. It's not a PIN code. To do that, a lot of times we will take personal things of the owner of the phone and try to create passwords on that to try to get them into the phone. But on Apple's, it's strictly a numeric PIN code, 6-digit PIN code, right? Or was at the time of this extraction.
Now, for your testimony, did you have a chance to look at 2 binders for just a smaller sampling, just some smaller generated reports from what you had put within these full reports?
I did.
And States Exhibit 1145, is that from States Exhibit 721?
Is I'm going to tell them about the source of the data, which is DL113150.
And that source info that's found on, for example, we're looking at page 14 under tab number 3, I think, that shows the file path, the source info for the file path of where it came from.
Of this particular texture.
And then 1146. Did that come from, or did those come from States Exhibit 7.3?
Again, this came from DL113156.
And this jury heard earlier testimony from Director Marks about the way investigators, prosecutors, other law enforcement officers can use what's in these discs to make smaller reports that are more digestible for a jury or a judge. Is that fair?
That's correct.
State Record Officer States Exhibits 1145 and 1146 for record purposes of its time 36 vendors to the test number.
have an objection to those two.
Okay. State's Exhibits 1145 and 1146 are admitted for record purposes only.
Thank you. I'll pass it.
Okay. Defense?
Just to confirm, I think I heard the prosecutor refer to you as retired special agent,
Retired supervisor special agent, yes.
retired supervisor special agent. Thank you for correcting me. You're not with this organization anymore under the FBI.
No, ma'am, when I turned 57, I had retired.
Okay. And can you just say the acronym a little bit slower? I feel like I've heard you say what sounds like NFL or
NTRCFL, North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory.
thing. I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing you correctly.
And we often just say NTRCFL, and it's North Texas NTRCFL.
Okay. And again, your only job is to receive the request and likely a search warrant for a digital device. Is that right? You
That's
receive those. Is that right?
That's correct.
And once you receive that and maybe some possible parameters, either from the law enforcement agency or based on the search warrant, you then begin your laboratory's process that then begins an extraction of a digital device. Is that correct?
Correct, depending on what is requested.
Depending on what's requested. And there's kind of a process by which you would do an extraction, analyze that extraction, and pop out a report. That's one way that information, say, gets to a prosecutor, for example. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And then there is another process, and maybe there are parallel processes, but another process where you basically just like create a carbon copy of the entire extraction and then give that whole thing without an analysis over to a potential law enforcement type of officer, or maybe even a prosecutor's office, so that they can go through it themselves.
That's depending on
Depending on the and inside of your process within the organization, you guys have checks, balances, peer reviews, various steps in the process, right, to ensure that, like, when you're creating your analysis from an extraction, that analysis is then checked by another qualified and competent analyst that says, yep, all the boxes are checked. Is that right?
Yes, it goes through two parts. We have a technical review, and then we have an administrative review.
And that exists inside of your organization.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you were, and ultimately, if a report is produced, it has absolutely gone through that two-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But when you're creating this other just extraction, carbon copy, turn over to, say, law enforcement, for them to be able to peruse through it or look at it themselves or create whatever it is that they want to create from it, that happens outside of your organization.
No.
Okay, so if you make a carbon copy of an extraction, you put it in the readable form. I don't want to skip that part. You put it in a readable form because you have to have a way to look at whatever's been extracted, right?
Correct.
But there are requests nowadays in particular where law enforcement is saying, hey, we don't need for you to do an analysis of this. We just want the whole thing and we'll take it from there.
And that happens quite often.
And that happens quite
And
often.
it still goes through our tech review, making sure that we've got our hashes are correct, we've done that, and then the admin review to make sure that we followed all this proper procedures.
Okay.
So that's done every time on every examination, whether or not it's a full examination and we make an opinion of that evidence, or we just make a copy for the detective or the agent to go through.
Okay.
But those two processes happen on every examination.
Okay. And then on the examination where it's the carbon copy, it's gone through all your checks and balances,
Right.
but ultimately it gets to another agency that's not you, right?
Correct.
And they perform whatever kind of analysis they perform, correct?
Once it leaves the lab, yes. We don't
And you-
track.
And you don't know whether or not they have an additional internal process to make sure checks and balances and, peer review and all of that is done. That's outside of you and it doesn't have anything to do with you.
We track the evidence when it comes in the door, and we stop tracking the evidence once it's returned to the agency. Correct.
Thank you, no further questions.
All right, state.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection.
Defense? Okay. Thank you, sir. You're free to leave. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, move we approach.
Yes.